Holy moly, sorry about that delay, folks. Had little bit of an airbrush paint explosion there. Had to do a little last minute cleanup. Welcome, everybody. How are things? We got Zombie Brush Studios hanging out tonight. Good to see ya, man. Oh, let's go up. Oh, Project Dark Fox and Riot Sister, always a pleasure. How's it going, Data Nerd? Metalcore Collectibles, also known as Cyber Knight, also known as Magnatorius Maximus. He who magnetizes all things. Josh the Eruptor apparently exists. Have you heard this? Have you seen this? I hadn't heard that before. Good job, man. Congratulations. Existing. It can be strangely challenging at times, the whole existence thing, you know? Kinda creeps up on you every now and then. We've got Datron Voltari. We have Kursala. Ooh, hey, Roland. What's up? What's up, man? Jason Hightower confirmed has recorded 25 hours of new voice work for CDPR. I hope they managed to pull that out. I really do. I want Cyberpunk to be better than it is, and it is my sincere hope that they can overcome the insanity of that release. Arcarna. That's right. God, I love that name. Arcarna Schism. How you doing today, man? New to Twitch. Exciting. I was new to Twitch about 1 year ago. Like, even watching it. And now here I am. So I guess what I'm trying to say is watch that slippery slope, man. Keep an eye on it. It's mighty slippery. It is mighty slippery, and it is lubed with subs. Hamburg Tank, good to see you, my friend. Thunderstruck. Oh my god. 11-month streak from Project Dark Fox. Thank you so much for resubbing, man. I really appreciate that. That's right, Project Dark Fox won $100 in Steel Warrior Studios store credit on our 1-year streamiversary earlier this week, which threw the whole schedule off. But you know what? We're back now. We're on the schedule. We're Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. We're going strong. We're gonna get some painting done. Roland posted something. Where'd you post it? Where was it? Is it in here? Is it on Discord? I'll check it out in a minute. Why, hello, everyone. What's going on? It's Blomez. Good to see you. Hamburg. Oh my god, dude, what? You have a corporate credit card for a company that you hate? Like, fuck those guys. I'm gonna put a whole bunch of Twitch gift subs, and they're not even gonna know what it is when they check the statements. 5 gift subs going out. My god, no, I figured that. Yeah, they're doing the Jackie DLC or expansion or what have you. That's definitely pretty cool. Oh yeah, don't tell anyone. Hamburg, thank you so much for that, man. We got a number of people who can use voice clips now. Oh, we should have a new one today. We should finally have one new voice clip today. It's not as cool as I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be rotating. I haven't figured out how to do that yet, but exclamation point focus should now let me know very kindly and in the voice of an angel that my camera's out of focus.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
You see what I mean? You see how that works? Yeah. Who all got subs? Josh the Eruptor, congratulations. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Twitch, and welcome to your first Twitch sub. You are now subscribed to this channel. That means you don't have to watch commercials, which is pretty cool, and you can use those voice commands, the voice clips that we got. You can see a list of, an old list, I need to update it, but a list of voice commands down below chat there that you can use to listen to Chaotic Harmony, who you probably don't know who Chaotic Harmony is, but you go and you find out. Let me tell you what, boy. That was bizarre what I just said. That's like my brain tried to go like country colloquial, and I mixed in a little bit of belter lingua, I think? Like, what's going on?
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Ooh, I love this book.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Oh, I got it wrong. I said those. Oh my, you would think I'd know better. I've heard it. I don't know how many times. I don't know how many times.
99 bottles
Death Angel.
of paint on the
There you
wall,
go.
99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Why is that, Roland? Now, I don't want to drop any spoils. I don't want to drop any Expanse spoils. on
Welcome
people.
back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray.
But we can spoil
Chapter
50
2.
Shades.
And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
Alight with disappointment. Guys, this blockhead is cool. I know if you follow my Instagram, Facebook, you're on my Discord, you've seen some of the renders already. Oh, Sheza, there is no Chapter 3. There is no Chapter 3. Okay, Chapter 3 was made. Chaotic Harmony did sit down with like a wide basin filled with the blood of orphans, and he cast a dark ritual and summoned from the depths of hell, from at least one of the circles of hell, the ones where all the perverts go, a Chapter 3. And
Welcome
it was,
back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray.
It was
Chapter
torrid.
4.
I didn't like
Thunderhead
it.
slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening
worse than
paint
this.
waiting for his brush to get
A
even
lot
more.
worse.
The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
You know, Roland, that's a tough one. It's a tough one. And it's reflective of a holy shit, we got a level 3 hype train going. Oh, that's all Hamburg. That's Hamburg being a maniac. I gotta up the limit for that since they're happening more often. I would just say, without getting too far into it, without providing any spoilers for The Expanse, that it is reflective of a number of moments in real history. And it's reflective of a very human and very reasonable approach. It is easy to say, and I'm not trying to criticize anybody in our approach to fiction here, but I'm just gonna say it's easy to say, well, I would take a stand against that. But then if you really consider your entire life has been one way, you don't have any connection to these people, to these events, some crazy shit happens somewhere. Somebody declares war, somebody blows something up, somebody kills a bunch of people, politics change, and it really doesn't matter what you think about it. And that's kind of the point I think they're making in The Expanse right now. It does not matter what the average Belter thinks about the events happening in The Expanse. The powers that be, as shown by the meetings of the people on Earth, the powers that be on Earth and on Mars are going to react to all Belters as if they support Marco and Naros, regardless of whether they do or not. So they're put in the situation where they don't really have the option of opposing him. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, realistically, in that scenario? You're gonna oppose Marco and Naros, so he's against you. You're going to say, hey, Earth, I oppose Marco and Naros, and they're going to go, fuck you, you're a Belter, and they're going to kill you anyway. You're going to tell Mars, hey, I don't support Marco and Naros, and they're going to go, I don't care. Like, that's a tough one. It's a damn tough situation. And those sorts of events historically are the sorts of events where, depending on who wins the conflict afterwards, it'll be remembered very differently. If Marco and Naros comes out on top, he'll be a freedom fighter who changed the texture of human society. If Marco and Naros loses, he will be regarded as a terrorist, and at a certain point people have to make a bet, I guess. I don't know, it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Josh the Eruptor, we're babbling a little bit about the plot of the show The Expanse on Amazon Prime. If you haven't watched it, it's a great show. It's really, really good. We're into Season 5 right now. All the seasons are good. Season 4 is a little but Seasons 1 through 3 are amazing, and Season 5 so far is really, really fantastic. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Thank you guys so much for that hype train. Hamburg, you're the fucking hype train conductor, dude. I gotta say. Got that blue Thunderbolt. Yeah, I was talking with Hootie Hoo about my sub badges the other day. They're old. They're my old logo, and the only difference is that they change color as you get further along in the sub duration. I gotta do something new with them. Guys, you know what? Let me put it to you guys. Let me put it to chat. Do you have any ideas for what would be a good sub badge for me here? For how to progress through to 12 months? If you've got some ideas, pitch them at me. Put them on the Discord. I would love to hear what you have in mind. I'm going to be drinking my coffee a little bit more, but we can go ahead and get started working on some stuffs. That's pretty cool, isn't it? You like that? I like that. I think that's neat. That's new. Ooh. Trying to trying to zazz things up a little bit. Do the different meteorological symbols look cool? Some of them are okay. You know? Did you like that? I thought that was pretty neat. We got one of them, Riot Sister. Exclamation point focus now works. It only does one. I haven't figured out how to make him rotate yet.
I know you're
That's not fair,
focused,
Roland.
Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
That's not fair, Roland. There are literally millions of belters who are just fine. Millions of them. But they're just people. They're just people. It's a story, Roland. It's a story about people. You told me how to rotate them, Cat, but I think you told me how to rotate them within OBS. And I'm not actually using OBS, I'm using Streamlabs chatbot, and it did not react the way that I had been hoping. Charles hates everything, and his sidekick, Red Shax. How are we doing today? Could we get a shout out? Can we shout it out to Charles Hates Everything? Pretty please. With a cherry on top. And who else? Who else do we got? I think I missed a couple of shout outs. Did we get one for Zombie Brush Studios? Because we should absolutely have one for Zombie Brush Studios. Zombie Brush Studios, a fantastic painter, really, really stylized, does a lot of his own stuff, a great streamer to follow. Thank you so much for doing that there. Also, Charles Hates Everything, kind of a new variety streamer, big interest in cosplay, props, stuffs like that, does some 3D design, lately has been mostly just hanging out on Twitch playing games, but let me tell you, watching him spook himself playing like GTFO is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I got GTFO, and we should play some on stream. We should play some Charles Hates Everything, because I'm terrible at it. I'm awful at the fucking game. I mean, I guess that's the point. It's like, how can you how can you die not quite as fast? Oh, Riot Sister. Riot Sister. Always a pleasure to have you here.
Hello there.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is, Sumitha. I don't want to carry on with the Expanse talk because it is kind of spoilery. A lot of people haven't watched it. Charles, thank you so much for those 100 bits, keeping the hype rolling. Holy hell. But Sumitha makes a very good point, and it, like I said, it's reflective of a lot of actual events through. Camera's frozen. Woo, let's fix it. All right. Now we are rolling. You're a hard man, Roland. You are a hard-nosed individual. Me, for my money. Oh my god, look how out of focus I am. Oh. Why aren't you autofocusing, C920? There we go. And you unfucked yourself. It's the wrong focus. It's a different camera. It's a different camera. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Project Dark Fox. Yeah, take your time, man. Says I went to the FLGS to get a mini for a friend to welcome him to the hobby. Promised myself I wouldn't buy new minis when I went to the hobby store. I would end up buying 2 minis for myself and like 5 pay. Yeah. At least. At a minimum, if not a box of minis. By the way, finally this week I got the waiting list came up for the P.O. box for my local post office. I live in a small town, so I had to wait on a waiting list. But I now have an address. We are going to be able to get started. I'm going to start 1st of February is going to be the start date for Thunderhead's home for Wayward Paints. So if you find yourself with some extra paints, if you find yourself with some paints that are like, you know, it's good paint, I should use it, I just don't very often. And I mean, everybody out there who's been in the hobby for a while knows what that's about. By the way, just nuke them. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. But if you, like so many others, find yourself with those extra paints that just don't seem to have much of a purpose, that don't seem like they're going to find a use in the near future, but you're holding on to them in the hope that one day maybe you'll need that one particular color, we are getting those paints together. If you're interested in donating them, we will be accepting them here at Thunderhead Studio. I will make my P.O. box available for people to ship to that. I'm going to be gathering those extra paints together, dividing them up into basically starter groups, you know, your primary colors, your secondary colors, a couple of washes, so on and so forth, and then we will be sending those out. I'm looking to do one per month starting in February to new painters, along with like a brush and a little bit of brush soap. The idea here just being that they can get a kit to get started in the hobby, because that's one of the things that's so hard when you start in this hobby is, what paints do I use? What colors do I want? What brands are good? What kind of brushes am I supposed? What is all this stuff? What is all this stuff? There's a lot to pick up at the beginning. So if we can kind of knock that out for just a few painters this year to get them started on their journey to discover, hey, this is actually pretty easy and I like doing it. Or alternatively, I don't like miniature painting and they didn't have to spend any money on it. Either of these outcomes is fine. But yes, Thunderhead's Home for Wayward Paints will be open. As of February 1st, I will be making some posts on the Discord, so if you have some paints that you'd like to donate to this program, please set them aside now, and I will have more information for you in the near future. The 100th, dude, oh my god, we did it Wednesday, Nanotanks. It was the 100th stream, and it was the 1-year streamiversary, both, on the 20th, and it went really, really well. We had a bunch of people come out, we had a bunch of new follows, we had a bunch of subs, we got a bunch of people winning stuff. I sent out the Ender 3 that Shock 21 won. I sent it out with a couple of extra spools of filament and some upgrade parts, so he can go ahead and he shouldn't have to buy anything for at least a month, I'm thinking, once he gets set up. And I think Asri, you're the only person I haven't gotten their winnings to. All I need from you is an email address that you use to register for Steel Warrior Studios. If you can get that to me on Discord, we'll go ahead and add that $50 that you won to your account. Holy moly. Will I only be looking for paints? Mostly paints, Hamburg Tack, also basic hobby tools like flush cutters or files, or as long as it's usable. I'll take it, you know, put together little hobby kits. Just to get people started. Yeah, please no glitter bombs. That's no good. Hit up Slow Fuse over at Monument Hobbies. Been a want to jump in on that. We'll see how the program goes at first. I'm not going to go sponsor seeking or anything for it unless it really kind of needs it. Right now, it's sponsored by you guys. The best damn sponsors I could ever ask for. Am I right on assuming you 3D print these and then paint them? Depends on what I'm painting, Reaps, but like I'd say 7 times out of 10, yeah, you're absolutely correct. That's generally what I'm doing. I 3D print and I paint quite a lot. Lately, I have been doing a couple of figures from Games Workshop and some from Atomic Mass Games, but a lot of what I've been painting has been 3D printed. Show off the Borealis for Reaps. You want to see it? Hang on, I think I got it right here. I've started keeping one with an easy grasping to... It just literally just froze again. It normally doesn't do this. I swear this never happens. You fix my camera? Jesus, what is wrong with you, Cam Link?
Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in freezing cameras for some reason. The Cam Link normally... See, that's what it doesn't... What I don't get is it seems like it's almost entirely random. Sometimes it won't happen all stream, and sometimes it'll happen just like right now, twice within the span of like 10 minutes. That's no good. Asri, I'm glad to hear that. I will get that taken care of for you. Frozen command in queue. Yeah, I need to set up the Frozen as well. I only got one. I was putting in my new transitions today, Riot Sister. Give me a break. You'll like the one. You'll like the one for the Storm Report. It's very, very cool. You haven't seen the Borealis, eh, Reaps? Let's have a look here real quick. I'm going to show you guys my blockhead, and then we're going to get to work on Eomer for a little while. But yeah, this is the Borealis dropship. I won't give the full sales pitch on this guy right now, because, man, there's so many features to go over. But suffice to say, it is a fully modular BattleTech 4-mech full-lance dropship. It is fully hex compatible. It has full support for standing without wobbly model syndrome in every legal hex here, which is every legal hex effective. There are only 2 hexes on here I couldn't quite make work, and it's if you're trying to balance on the nose. It's a little wobbly if you stand up there. But every place else has both these fairly subtle hex markings so you can tell which hex you're in, and a nice, stable place to stand. So you can play right over the top of the ship, but wait, there's more. These very cool mech bays on the side, well, they pop right open. And they reveal a completely playable interior with a legal hex position here and leading out, so the moment this door opens, you are in the game according to the rules and you are playing. But wait, there's even more. If you have a Borealis and you want it to do something other than transport mechs, you can reach in here. You can remove this handy-dandy little connector pin that looks a lot like a magnetic clamp. And you can slide that mech bay right off, and there are other options that you can connect to the Borealis to make this very mission-specific, including fluid and gas transport, including hard cargo. There's an aerospace support section, so you can turn this into like a light carrier. And we've got some more modules in the works for the future to give you even more options with your Borealis dropship frame. I'm very, very proud of this thing. It prints 100% supportless, and it prints in FDM, and it prints nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. It requires so very little finishing work. So very little. Honestly, a little bit of filler primer and an airbrush, and you're pretty much good to go. Terrain034, the 34, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. Thunderhead streamed the 1 moment of sanity and peace of the... Jesus, this is your sanity and peace? Ooh, what is your life like, man? That's terrifying. Also got this set of buildings that's based on some of the CGL maps that, these are going to be added to our free files soon. I haven't really shown these off much. Just some simple kind of like, deserty forward operating base buildings. These will be in the free files before long. Oh man, Shock21 also coming in with the sub. Shock, thank you so much, man. Your 3D printer is on the way. I hope you enjoy it. I think I missed something up here. Let's see. Found a solution for my historicals block. I am curious to hear what that could possibly be. Oh, thank you very much, Reaps. Yeah, I'm very, very proud of the Borealis. It was a group effort between myself and Project Dark Fox, and it came out just wonderfully. Really, just fantastic. I had the concept was loosely based on the Aurora from MechWarrior Dark Age, and then I fed that to Project Dark Fox, who did some concept art for me, and then I took it and I modified his concept art to further fit into my dream for what it needed to mechanically do. Both for on the 3D printer and on the table, and it came out just wonderfully. Have to enlist your local BattleTech friends to decide whether to start with getting the Borealis or Trinity City. There's a lot of options. You know, I think, honestly, a good starting point, a lower starting point, is the Borealis and the drop-based Delta files and the hills. Because with those, you can build almost any map you want. Trinity City is very specific. I love Trinity City, don't get me wrong. You need a lot of parts, and it very specifically represents fairly dense urban terrain, whereas with the Borealis, drop-based Delta, and the hills, you can represent almost anything you want, and you can fit that into nearly any map, regardless of how much open space you have. So that is my recommendation, Crossbow Roof, just based on playability. Yes, and Sumatha also was a big help in coming up with TRO and mechanical specs for it, added a couple options to it, including missile launchers, and had Matt Plog do some amazing art. Some amazing art for the Borealis. A digital illustrator, so see, that's funny, Reaps, because I look at the things that digital illustrators do, and I'm like, I'd pay you money to do that for me, because I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. Yeah, ain't nothing simple about that, let me tell you. It's all learning tools anyway. Shock21 again, thank you so much for that sub, my friend. Will those scale up to 28mm? That'd be hard. That'd be tricky, Asri. Everything I do right now is... I'll have some 28mm scaled stuff coming out in the near future that I'm planning on, including some Trinity City related stuff. A project I'm calling Trinity City Streets is in the works right now for 28 to 32mm gameplay, but right now everything's fairly low detail, because at 6mm you can't have details that are too fine and still have it print really, really well. What did I miss? What did I miss, Roland? Found a solution. A possible way for me to enjoy historicals. I don't see anything. I don't see anything, Roland. You speaketh lies. Make up a country that just happens to use historical, just make it... I mean, you're just describing fantasy play at that point. And honestly, there are so many sci-fi properties and so many fantasy properties out there right now. I don't feel particularly left out of historicals. It's not like I'm aching to play them but can't. And honestly, like, I love the rules for Bolt Action, but if I want to play Bolt Action, I play Beyond the Gates of Antares, because it's a slightly more advanced version of the same rule set. And if you haven't played it, Beyond the Gates of Antares is a stupidly good game. Stupidly good. It had some balance problems in the beginning. They mostly fixed that. It's a little swingy because of the nature of the dice draw, but it's a whole lot of fun. It's not a bad idea, though, Roland, and I appreciate you thinking of that. And then someone turned it into a monster on the... Yeah, the stats for the Borealis are kind of sick. And the Pocket Warship version is madness. Oh my god, hang on, I'm catching up with chat here. No, that's the Thunderbot, I don't need to read that. Imagine a 28mm Borealis, that would be like... That fucker'd be like 3-4 feet long. A 28mm? That'd be fucking huge. Ooh. Yeah, Asri, that's kind of what Trinity City Streets is meant to be. It's converting some of the smaller structures and footprints into a 28mm playable format. We'll see how it goes. Yes, Reaps, it requires endless talent and skill. I am a font of wisdom and learning and No, I'm a jackass. I've learned how to do all this stuff in about a year. Honestly, if you know where to look, the resources are out there for you to get started right away. Hell yeah, jump into the Storm Report. The Storm Report's the most fun we're gonna have all day. How you doing, man, Rofasol? Where are you not getting them? Have you turned off your notifications, maybe? That's entirely possible. I think I've caught up. I think I've caught up with chat, because there's to Square. What's up, Square? How you doing today? Is the Marvel Crisis Protocol Corset required to play the game? No. It's not. It has some things in it, like the cards that you use to determine your mission, things like the movement tools, the measurement tools, dice, stuff like that, but you can buy all that separately. Mostly what it is a really good deal on the models that you get, and the models that you get are a really good base for building teams on. But if you just want to buy the heroes and villains that you like, the rules you can get online, I believe, and the movement tool and measurement tools you can buy separately, dice you can buy separately. I don't know if they sell the Crisis cards separately necessarily, but I'm pretty sure you could buy those on eBay for almost nothing. Same with the Tactics cards that are in the core set. People take the core sets and split them up, so if you just went online and bought the Tactics cards and the Crisis cards, you'd have, and you know, like the movement tools and stuff, you'd have almost everything you need to actually play the game. And then yeah, just get buy your own heroes and villains as you want, or just 3D print them and pull the stats off the internet. You won't be able to play like officially or anything like that, but you can play at home, no problem. 3D print everything. Oh, to Square, I'm doing pretty good. I'm chugging the last of my coffee, so I'm having a pretty decent day, right? Metalcore Collectibles, 12 months of subscribing, 1 whole fucking year. 1 whole fucking year. What are you doing with your life, Metalcore Collectibles? Apparently spending it hanging out here with me, which I can't complain about too much. How about a real anniversary? What a year. God, don't tell. Like, I'm hoping that... like, this year's been relatively good for us here on the stream, but I'm hoping that when we're celebrating another year, we're gonna be like, wow, that last year was amazing. Everything went right and everybody's having fun. "12 more years. That's a lot to ask, Cosmic Disorder. Could we get a shout out? Could we please get a shout out for Cosmic Disorder? A very good personal friend of mine, and a recent addition to the Twitch, what's it called? Variety and music streaming community. Definitely go give that man a follow. Alright, let's do some stuff. I've only been on for like a half a fucking hour. This is turning into more of a talk show. Oh, everybody look under your seats. It's a Borealis! And you get a Borealis! And you get a Borealis! God damn, I wish. Where are my scissors? I don't have any scissors! I'll use my blade. I gotta cut the corner
Welcome,
off
everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Please don't. Like, really, I just... Guys, I love you. I love your art. I love your enthusiasm. I love your creativity. I don't want to see any part of your bathing suit area. That's just policy. It's just policy. It's not personal. Some of you, maybe I do. I don't know. I don't know. But as a general rule here in the context of the stream, please don't put your nudity in the storm report. Please, so far we've been very good about this, but the day's gonna come when someone's like, and I'm like, oh, let's check out the storm report, and it's just like balls, and it's not gonna be a good day. It's not even gonna be that funny. It'll be funny to you for like a few minutes, and then I'm gonna get my TOS violation, I'm gonna get banned from Twitch, and you're gonna cry yourself to sleep because you can't watch my stream. That makes sense, right? That seems like something people would do. What's up, Ghastly310? How you doing? 30th day streaming, past 666 views. The view of the beast. Hell yeah. He does, I will say also that, there's the brush that I'm using for the one brush challenge today, that Cosmic Disorder does have a very Nathan Explosion quality to him. He truly, truly does. Let's take a look at these before I get started. Guys, I got my first test print done for the Blockhead / Wolverine. I think I need to thicken up his antennae because one of them got a little canted off to the side, but I am loving this print. I am abso-freaking-lutely loving this print. It came out so nice. All the detail is so crisp. All the curves are so nice. I'm really, really happy with this. I'm not totally sold on having the missile launcher back as far as it is. I certainly want to raise it up if I'm going to put it there. I may move it up to the side of his head like it is on the original Blockhead. I wanted to mount it on the backpack because I figured it made more sense for, get a little closer on him. We might as well. I figured it made more sense for the ammo feed, but, it might have to move up. It really came out nice, though. I'm really, really happy. He's very accurate to the original Blockhead from Fang of the Sun, Dugram, in all of his details, minus he has, you know, the medium laser sticking out of his ball gag instead of the two little machine guns. But I'm going to get one of these guys painted up pretty soon in the Blockhead desert camo that they used in the show. I'm really happy with this. Really, really happy with it. What about angling it upwards? The missile launcher? That could be done. It's set up right now, so it's on it. So I came up with 3 mounting methods, all of which are in the files. I just have to turn them on, make them visible, and shift it around a little bit. In the original, it's just kind of stapled to the side of his head, and it tilts up or down as needed. But then I was like, is the missile feed, like, behind the cockpit? I mean, I guess that could work. It's not as ridiculous as the missiles mounted in the face of the Bushman. I thought moving it back might work. I don't love how it looks. The other thing I can do is mount it right to the shoulder. I'll try a few different options, and I'll land on one before I release the files. I'm going to do up some more Wolverine variants, so you'll have different weapon options, but these will be released on Thingiverse probably in the next few days. These should be available, and then we will have pretty much nailed the 55 pounders. All I have left is the Bigfoot and the Ironfoot, or the Battlemaster and Thunderbolt, as you may know them. I might as well show you the 4 poses I now have for the basic Bushman before we get the variants made up and out for it. Dugram doesn't have a missile feed, that's the issue. Yeah, it doesn't. They're single fire rockets in Dugram. It loads 6, it fires 6, and then it's out. Again, having it stapled to the head would not be as ridiculous as the existence of the missile tubes in the head of the Bushman, like it is here. I'll try a few things, we'll see how it goes. But here we have the Bushman in sort of a relaxed, you know, come at me bro pose. He is now scaled up to the proper size. He's a little bigger than he was before, so he matches up with his round facer brethren, instead of being significantly shorter. Yeah. And then we have, this would be the pose that you saw before on the smaller one, the basic pose A, him angling a little bit off to the side and getting ready to fire. And then I have another pose aiming in the other direction with sort of an open balancing hand, which actually came out pretty nice. I was a little worried about how the fingers would print, but they came out pretty decently. And then I have the in motion pose, where I was very careful to make sure that his toes still contact the base, because that's one thing I hate, is mounting a mech to a base and not being able to touch with both feet. It just makes for a really, really weak bond overall. Well, he's kind of leaning into it. He's got his fist clenched in determination, and you can just imagine the missiles whooshing out of the cockpit there. All right. We'll be working on those at some point. You can see I'm going for like a much more sort of a heavy posturing with the blockhead. I made him the same height, but, you know, he's a little stompier. He's a little blockier. A little thicker. He's a thick boy. I narrowed, by the way, Kursala, I narrowed the cockpit glass to be more like the original, and it still came out with plenty of space to paint. So this is the final shape of the head that we're going with. Yeah, you like the ball gag laser there, too? That was fun. Learned a lot of new techniques working on this guy. The shape of his head is strangely complicated. It has a flat front, but then it's rounded to the back, and then it has a flat back, and then it has this little mohawk and these two little angles. It took me a surprisingly long time to make, but I learned a lot doing it, so hopefully we'll be able to apply that to some work in the future. Hey, Amateur Paint Hour, how are you doing? Welcome back, Josh the Eruptor. Yeah, that is the truth, Datron Voltar. I did it on the Dugram itself, and that's what I was going to use. In fact, what I may do is just extend the launcher like I did on this one, because if you look, I connected the Dugram's missile launcher to his backpack. And there's a little feed there where you can see missiles, or at least warheads, being loaded up into the launcher, and then it fires kind of over the shoulder like that. Which, to be fair, is also how the larger launchers are connected, even in Dugram, is back to the backpack. But I figure the backpack having missiles in it makes a decent amount of sense, considering that's also where his big gun is mounted. And, I don't know, maybe I'll just extend the launcher forward so it doesn't look so awkward, because I mean, I did the same thing on the Griffin, on the round facer. You can see it there. It just sort of leans forward over the shoulder, but it's also longer, so it doesn't seem like it's set as far back, and I might just do the same thing. This also means that because it's mounted on a spindle there, the launcher can angle forward and back. Thick boy Wolverine. Yeah, the Wolverine came out incredibly nice. And like I said, I've only got 2 left. No, that's not true. I have 4 left. I keep forgetting that also in Dugram was both the Goliath and the Scorpion, and I do want to do both of those. Those are the Crab Gunner and the Blizzard Gunner. What in God's name is this music, and why is it playing? It has a thumbs down. Like, I'm looking at it right now. It has a thumbs down, and it was still playing. What is the point of the thumbs down, Pretzel? What are you doing? What are you doing to me? Let's paint some fantasy figures. What do you say? And I think I might be able to make use of some of this stuff from Rainy River Designs today. I'm going to try to find an opportunity. I know that right now, though, I need to work on highlighting some basic leather. So, let's jump to polished leather for some highlighting. What colors do you use for skin tone? Wow, Gear Falcon, that is a broad question. Depends on whose skin I'm doing. Lately, I've been a real fan of starting my skin tones with a mixture of, Reaper's Rust Brown, and then I'll mix in a little bit of, Vallejo Dwarf Skin, just to ease it a little bit, and I'll use that to establish my base, like my deepest shadows, and then I'll build up from there, either towards more of a pale pallid complexion, or more into sort of a rosy red complexion. Really depends on what you're doing. Skin is complicated. Why am I shaking this? You have no one to blame but yourself, Roland. No one to blame but yourself. You distract me. You distract me from the painting. But let's get to some of it anyway. What do you say? Mix up some of my polished leather here. I like Reaper paints. Ooh, there's a little chunk in there, though. I need to get that out. Whoopsies. I will say, though, that, I mean, I love my Reaper paints, and I don't shill for any paint companies. I'm not sponsored by anybody, but Monuments Pro Acryl is really good. It's really high-quality paint. It mixes so incredibly well, both mixing it with other colors to make your own hues and shades, also just mixing it with distilled water to thin it. It's just an incredibly well-formulated paint, and in a great bottle, which is usually the sticking point for me. I hate when companies use pots. They use a unique and interesting sort.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
I hadn't had a chance yet, Sheza. Give me a break. Okay, yeah, let's paint something. Just kind of establishing some of my broader highlight areas, and then I'll come in for some spot and specific highlights later. So how are we doing today? How are things? You're making your sister-in-law a D&D mini, so if you're having trouble...
There's something about Canopian cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling.
Yeah, something.
Or maybe it's just my allergies.
If you're having trouble picking skin tones, some of the best advice I have, honestly, go to Reaper Paints and pick up some of their flesh triads. Because, they're excellent. They're really, really good. They give you 3 colors to use for your shade, your midtone, and your highlight. And they're sort of the easiest fire and forget method of picking your basic skin tones. I used their triads for a long time. I would still use their triads, but I'm just trying to teach myself to choose some of my own colors now. But give them a shot, honestly. You cannot go wrong with Reaper Triad Flesh. Reaper Triads in general are very, very nice. White Wolf. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna war garble here on stream. But 10 months, shit. White Wolf, thank you so much for that resub, man. I'm looking forward to seeing it, Gear Falcon. Reaps, absolutely, man. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Hope you have a great night, man. I hope to see you again. FLGS is nearly out of Reaper paints, man. They sell. They're good paints. They're really, really good. Their triads in general are pretty excellent. Thank you very much for the reminder, White Wolf. Yeah, I will. Reaper also sells really good just overall paint sets. You can buy those boxes from them. I've got a few of those, and I like them. I like them. That's metal, that's metal. Almost all of this is metal except this part on the face. This is leather, so... do a little bit of work here. I'm not going to worry too much about being precise here. I'm just going to get the yellow, the polished leather color in there, and then I'll probably hit it with a wash to take care of the crevices. I'm going to try to work a little faster and a little less precisely tonight because I got to have this guy done by the end of January. And on the last day of January, on the 31st, our Storm Report will be at least mostly devoted to the One Brush to Rule Them All challenge. I would love, love, love to see you folks who are participating in said challenge. Go ahead and post your own work up on the Storm Report on the 31st, and we'll see what we were able to do. Go ahead and when you post it, make sure you let me know which brush you used and, you know, any challenges that you had along the way. Anything that you learned, anything like that, please let me know. I'll be very interested. Very, very interested to find out if it has helped you advance as a painter at all. And if it has, we will have some more challenges coming up from Greg the Salt Miner, from We're the Gamers, over the coming months. I don't know what they are yet. But, you know, he's a wily guy, so they promise to be interesting at the very least. He's a wily fella, Greg the Salt Miner. Now, I'm going to highlight this leather here, but I don't want to do all of it. I mostly just want to highlight the parts that are going to be facing a light source, and not the parts that are going to be in too much shadow. So these parts that are kind of turned up and forward where the light's going to be hitting the horse, put some highlights there. And not as much down here where it's turned away from the light. But again, not trying to overcomplicate this paint job, just taking it easy. What are the rules? What are the rules? What are the rules? The rules for our one brush challenge are fairly straightforward. You paint a figure using just one brush. It can be any brush that you choose, but you just use the one brush. If you're looking to use an airbrush, that counts as a brush. Airbrushing in addition to a hand brush is permitted for the sake of priming. And like a zenithal pre-shade is permitted, but any color that you put down should be with the brush that you were actually trying to do the challenge with. I chose a number 1, round, which is fairly simple for the most part, but it was a little complex when I started doing the dappled pattern on Firefoot here. Be able to do more than one photo for the challenge submission. I mean, yeah, you can do the usual 2 photos. I would say make that your primary submission for the night rather than doing that and then also something else. Yeah, I agree. Vallejo is a good paint. It's not, for the most part, as good as Reaper, I have found. That has been my experience as well. Paint a Star Wars Rebel with a size 12 synthetic... Well, I suppose, Verg, we didn't say it had to be painted well. It's still part of the challenge. Good luck. Yeah, just wash it. Just wash it a whole lot, right? That's okay, Crossbow. You know, that's the fun thing about these challenges. There are things that we take on ourselves. Do it for yourself. I'm reminded of, I don't know if you guys watch the videos by, like, Goobertown Hobbies. If you don't, you should follow Goobertown Hobbies on YouTube. The guy makes some absolutely incredible videos. He is such an incredible painter and such an incredible content creator, but he did a 24-hour painting challenge like so many people have done. And what I noted about his 24-hour painting challenge is, first of all, he didn't get it done. But what I really noticed is how he handled that, because he recorded the whole thing and put it on, like, time-lapse. And as he got to the 24 hours and he wasn't done, his reaction to that was, oh, we didn't quite get it done. Okay, let's finish painting them now. And he just carried on and did it. It wasn't inside the 24 hours, but who cares? Like, we wouldn't be doing these things if they weren't fun anyway. So don't be hard on yourself if you try it and don't get it done. The fact that you tried it at all is a huge step in the right direction. It shows that you're trying to grow. And we only grow by challenging ourselves. So, you know, take heart. Have fun. Paint minis. And don't worry about the details. I'm going to be doing some hand texturing on this spear shaft, I feel like, but I'm going to save that until after I do his glove. So I got hit most of the leather, so I'm going to move on to... Ooh, you know what I need to do? I need to try and highlight Eomer's face a little bit. Eomer's face. That is going to be a challenge, so I might as well do it now. I'm actually going to go in with a bit of a heavy sienna for some shading on it, because he's wearing a helmet and he's going to have some real heavy shadows. How goes it? How goes it, Delta Ice? Good to see you. How are things? I'd just like to have some warmth in his shadows, so we're going to start with this heavy... I should have painted his face first, if I'm being honest. But as long as I get to it before I do his helmet, we'll be okay. The trick here is going to be that I have to sell the fact that this guy has a blonde beard, and I suck at painting facial hair. But, you know, we keep doing the things that we suck at, and eventually we suck less, right? Isn't that the theory? Or we get really, really good at sucking. I mean, one of the two. I'm starting all the way down with a heavy sienna because his face is already in heavy shadows, and I just want that warmth in there. But I'm going to build up on top of it with that rust brown flesh mixture, and then paint his mustache and goatee on afterwards, I think. I'm going to try to get in there and hit his teeth with a little bit of white, but that's going to happen last. If Iberben were here, it would already be clipped. It would already be clipped. I'm excited for you getting started on the journey of 3D printing, Delta Ice. It's a hell of a thing. I have to do some metallic work on his buckles, too. Some gray on his boots and his gloves. He doesn't have the most pleasing color combinations, but again, I'm trying to replicate a movie costume here and not necessarily just picking colors because they're pleasing on a miniature. Now, as a painter, I have the prerogative to say, screw what the costume looked like in the movie and just paint things in a way that would look good, you know? But
and so
at least,
I painted on some metallics.
And we're going to do that too.
Bitches love metallics.
At the very, very least, I love the Lord of the Rings movies. I really, really do. And in this particular case, I'm a bit of a purist. Holy moly, 40K. Epic narrator Garf the man. How we doing today, my friend? Welcome, welcome, welcome in those of you who are probably watching commercials right now. Probably watching some commercials. Welcome, welcome. Delta Ice, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you guys are having a great day, but if you were hanging out over at 40K Epic Narrator stream, I suspect you already were. Ladies and gentlemen, 40K Epic Narrator, if you have any love at all for classic Warhammer, old Hammer figures, rogue traders, stuff like that. If you have a love for the charm of those old sculpts like I do, you need to be over there following 40K Epic Narrator. I haven't caught any of your streams for a little while, man. I've been crazy busy. I'm sorry about that. Hope things are going well for you. Oh, it's going really good. It's going great for me. Thank you so much for asking. Just trying to paint this teeny tiny face inside of this teeny tiny little helmet. That's what I'm up to right now. Oh god, am I going to try to paint his eyes? How do I do this to myself? I should at least try. I should at least try. We only lose when we stop fighting. Since I got reasonable internet, I started invading in Dark Souls, got the idea to print my and my friends' invader characters for a homebrew Dark Souls board game expansion. Ghastly, that sounds like a good time. Music stream on Friday to break up the painting streams. Yeah, I know that feeling. I've been doing gaming streams semi-regularly for a little while. Until I got back on the painting wagon. But we're back now, and I've more or less stopped doing gaming streams until something new pops up that's particularly interesting, you know? Where's my off-white? I'm gonna use birch. I love the... Okay, I've got a lot of colors, these Scale 75 colors recently. They were gifted to me by Greg the Salt Miner. I don't use most of them. This color, though, birch, I can't even tell you what it is about it. I just love this color. It's so useful in so many circuits. Like it's an off-white. It's like a linen color, but it has a little yellow to it. I don't know. It mixes so well. Come check it out. Make your own electronic music. Dude, that actually sounds fucking badass. And yeah, I'm there. When's the next music stream you're doing, man? Let me know when the next one is. I'm so fucking there. Ooh, that could work, Verg. How you doing, Revless and Sneaky Spider? Hope you guys are having a good day. Welcome in, by the way, Raiders. I am Thunderhead. This is Thunderhead Studio. We 3D print things. We paint things. That's kind of the whole thing. It's like the whole damn thing. Revless, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, I missed a little bit there from normal game. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. And welcome to the Storm Chasers. This isn't gonna go well. I'm just telling you guys right now. Just saying. This is gonna go very poorly. Trying to paint teeny tiny eyes inside of a fucking helmet. I struggle enough when they're not wearing helmets. I'm gonna have to repaint part of the helmet after this. Yeah, it's already going badly. But that's okay. This is why we do the eyes before the face, because it's easy to clean up around the eyes. I struggle with this because it's a non-heroic scale figure, so even finding the eyes can be a bit of a challenge. And then putting the brush there is another one. Been a hell of a long time since we've been able to catch a stream. Nice to see some Lord of the Rings. This is not a Forge World, believe it or not. They've been releasing new models for Lord of the Rings kind of piecemeal, sort of one at a time. This is their new Eomer Marshal of the Rittermark figure. And it's really very nice. It's an excellent model. Eomer on Firefoot. They also have him on Foot that comes in the box. I got the new Eowyn as well. We're going to be working on her at some point in the near future. I'm painting his cheek for some fucking reason. Because the detailing in his eye is so small. Just paint everything. Just paint everything and clean it up later. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? Fucking nerd mode engaged. Oh, my light's not working. That's okay.
Welcome to Thunderhead Studios, everybody.
Oh, that is better, actually. Doesn't make me any better at painting, but it helps me see what I'm doing, at least. Alright, clean up around it a little bit, and see if we can't do some irises. We'll fail at that too, but we'll try. They actually are really quite nice, Sneaky Spider. I need to replace the batteries in this one because apparently my headlamp isn't working. But they do help. Now, I would recommend absolutely don't... Some people get the arm lamps with the single magnifier. I would caution against that. You need binocular magnification, because if you try to use the ones that have a single lens and you're kind of holding it in front of it and painting, you lose depth perception. These help you keep your depth perception, which is, in my opinion, very necessary for painting. Son of a bitch. It does help to have a light on this thing, though, which I'm a little frustrated that I apparently ran out my battery and didn't check on that. But that's okay, I'll have to swap it out later. Got the lamp because it's a good lamp. Don't use the magnifying glass at all. Yeah, I have one as well, but I only use it because of the LEDs in it at this point. Problem is that I'm not giving myself... having the directed light is necessary for using this, so I'm going to drag a lamp over. Give me a second, I'll be off camera for 1 minute. Just so I can make sure I know what the hell I'm doing. My light arch is nice, but for something this tiny, I have a hard time angling it with the helmet. Oh, Christ. This is going very poorly. You know what? I'm going to do that later. I keep messing it up. I'm going to replace my battery after the stream, and then I'll do his eyes. How about that? How about I stop embarrassing myself? Seems like a great move. Let's work on other parts. There's plenty of other things to paint. Woo! Hey, Goobertown Hobbies! Holy crap, the man, the myth, the legend. We were just talking about you. By talking about you, I mean recommending one of your videos, as I recall. How you doing, Goobertown? Welcome in, welcome in. I'll mix some of these two together to make myself a little leather highlight. You make great YouTube videos, man. You make fantastic YouTube videos. I was just talking about a 24-hour challenge that you did a little while back that I enjoyed watching. I don't usually indulge in 24-hour challenges. I don't really get a lot out of them, but I was enjoying some of your videos, and I wound up watching that one. And the thing I liked the most about it, and you may find this ironic, was you didn't actually finish inside of 24 hours. And you did like a time lapse on it, and then you just sort of were like, uh-oh, we didn't make it inside of 24 hours. Shucks, let's just keep on painting. And man, that is the right attitude. I think it's real easy to be hard on yourself in this hobby, and we need more people who know how to just kind of relax and go with the flow. And enjoy the art for the sake of art, you know? It's all art. You don't have to be good at art to be an artist. Nobody ever said that there are only good artists. There are plenty of artists out there who are just learning, and it's just fine to be there. Hell, that's where I am. Just figuring it out one day at a time. How you doing today, by the way, Goobertown Hobbies? We are doing today our, excuse me, one brush to rule them all challenge that was put to me by Greg the Salt Miner / We're the Gamers. Just painting this whole mini using one brush. I didn't want to do anything too crazy. The brush I picked is a size 1 round from Artis Opus, which is a good brush for this sort of thing, but this is the kind of model where I would have swapped out to a dry brush a number of times, so using a precise brush for dry brushing purposes has been interesting. It's forced me to try a couple of different things, like hand stippling the horse's coat. Yeah, I like the Artis Opus brushes. I don't know... like, I've got 2 of them. They're pricey. They are pricey. I've got some Game Envy brushes on the way to kind of compare. Because if the Game Envy ones are as nice, they're like half the price. And man, that's got to be worth something. But the Artis Opus brushes have served me very well. When I treat them right, anyway. Which, you know, with me is once in a blue moon, maybe. Maybe a little bit. We do our best. We do our best. And sometimes we don't, but that's okay too. Do you have, I don't know that I've checked Goobertown. Do you stream on Twitch at all? Or are you just YouTube? I say just YouTube, like this guy doesn't have a huge YouTube channel with an amazing... Yeah, just a little YouTube. Yeah, seriously, do stop by 40K Epic Narrator stream. Guys, crazy entertaining. Crazy entertaining. Really good, really active chat. Very, very friendly. And he paints some of the old, like, classic old hammer models, you know? So Delta Ice, yeah, if you're ever curious, you can always hit !STL to get a read on what I have going. Ooh, the camera's a little dark today, isn't it? Let me fix that. I switched it to my Ender 3 V2 because I finally got the V2 going again. It was having problems for a little while there until, oh my god, you guys, I had to disassemble the entire hot end, and I found a clog, like, it had to be 2 millimeters thick inside the heating block. Oh, it was awful, but I got it fixed now, so that's got to be worth something. Just YouTube, maybe someday I'll stream a game or something on here. Dude, Goobertown, people would be all over that, man. People would be, and I have massive massive respect for your YouTube videos. I've tried making a few. I'm not very good at it. I cannot explain why, but I'm much more comfortable sitting here rambling live for 4 hours than I am trying to record something that's going to be a half hour long. It's a skill that I need to cultivate, honestly. Let me fix the camera real quick. Configure video. Ooh, there we go. Now we can actually see what's happening. How about that? Yeah. Hootie Hoo. Did we get a shout out for Hootie Hoo yet? Because if we have, oh, there it is. I swear, I've got to fire my mods just so I've got something to do in this stream. Y'all are too much. 10 months, I know, right? Pff, get on everybody else's level, Hathrier. People are hitting the 12-month streak right now, which still kind of blows my mind. How you doing, Hathrier? My chair keeps rolling backwards. It's silly. Got an Ender 3D printer a few months ago and couldn't set it up properly and have been scared to touch it. Sneaky Spider, there's definitely a learning curve with the Ender series of printers. They're very tinker heavy. But I promise you, with some time and some effort, it will work. And honestly, the deeper into the mechanisms you have to get, the more hands-on you get with every gear, every motor, every screw, the better off you're going to be in the long run. Because when there's a problem, you'll be able to take it apart with confidence. And that is important, in my opinion, for 3D printing. At least right now. Maybe one day there will be that perfect consumer model that you never have to crack open, that you just buy and you set up and you run and it's all well and good. But I'm wary. I am wary of the companies that try to do that, because we already have at least one company right now that is releasing spools of filament with runout. So you know how paper printers a while ago developed that system where there's a little chip on the toner cartridge, and you can only use a specific brand of toner with the printer, and then when it runs out, like, the sensor tells it and it won't run anymore? Somebody's doing that with 3D printers right now. I can't remember the name of the company offhand because I was just reading an article on it, and somebody had a picture of them. But those sons of bitches who do that with printers have their eye on the 3D printing market. So be very, very wary of the companies that are like, it's super easy, you'll never have to check anything, just send it in to our special technicians, because they are going to charge you out the ass for those services. Absolutely crazy. Who makes videos? It's too hard. Yeah, like, it seems like making videos for YouTube should be easier than streaming, because you have, it can be exactly what you want it to be. The problem is, it can be exactly what you want it to be, so you wind up focusing on every little detail. Whereas here, like, I make mistakes all the time, and you know how long I think about them? A fraction of a second, and I move on because I don't have a choice. So, it's weird. It's like my expectations on myself are higher for some reason. Trajan811, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. Goobertown, your videos on like paint pigmentation and formulation are some of my favorite hobby videos on all of YouTube. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I don't mean to be like, oh my god, Goobertown hobbies, you guys. I don't mean to be like that. I just happen to really enjoy your videos, dude. And thank you very much for making them. That one was very educational for me. I don't know how much practical knowledge I got out of it, but my understanding of painting as a whole as a chemical process was advanced significantly. Goobertown Hobbies, oh my god, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. It's our little club. Our little club. Colonel Matthew Steiner. Good to see you, man. Oh, you have praised my videos. Take a follow. Your praise is sufficient. I can follow you. I suppose. That, by the way, spot on impression. That's exactly what he sounds like. I should have left the spear off in retrospect, but whatever, I assembled the whole thing, so. It just would have been easier to paint separately, I'm realizing. Yeah, I only get like that when we're looking at Matt Plog art. Whew, that guy gets me going. Gets me going. His art's amazing. Matt Plog's art, oh my god. For those of you playing bingo at home, I think that's a box. What's up, Colonel Matthew Steiner? Good to see you, man. 40K Epic Narrator, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for stopping in, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. You have a great night. I get raided by a surprising number of people from the UK. And it's just funny because we're on such a different, time schedule. Such a different, I guess there's a word for that. It's called being in a different time zone. Oh, yeah, Matt Mercer. Wait, what are we talking about, Matt Mercer? Oh, his hair. Yeah, Coopertown Hobby's hair is pretty, it's really something. I wish I could grow hair that thick. When I had hair that long, it was not that thick. And let me tell you, long, thinning hair just isn't that attractive. So that all got chopped off, and now I just buzz my head once a week or so, and we pretend like that never happened. One brush to rule them all. Exactly, Steiner Miniatures painting this entire mini using just the Artis Opus size 1. I'm not a huge, I know that Artis Opus gets a lot of praise. Maybe I need to use them more. Well, yeah, it's a lot of work, White Wolf. That's absolutely correct. I'm not a giant fan of Artis Opus. They're good brushes. Holy shit, are they expensive. I've got some Game Envy brushes on their way right now that I'm kind of excited to try because I've heard really good things about them. And they are really, really well priced, which is exciting to me. By the way, did we get a shout out for Steiner Miniatures? Yeah, I feel like if I were to say I hate the brushes, that's probably not accurate either. They're not as good as the price would suggest. I would not purchase more Artis Opus brushes based on my experiences with them so far. But I have them, so I'm going to use them, Like I said, they're good brushes. They're perfectly fine brushes. They're no nicer than my Windsor and Newtons. They're no nicer, but they're like twice the price, which is not great. Yeah, I know that feeling, Sheza. We should hopefully have some return to normalcy this year at least. The light at the end of the tunnel has begun to show, and that's got to be worth something. A little bit of debris. That's nice. So you guys mentioned Matt Mercer. That always makes me think of one thing. And that is a series of little independent movies that got made called Mythica. He is in these movies. He is in them. He is the bad guy. Matt Mercer plays like an evil necromancer. And they are the goofiest, corniest. Like, it seems to me so much like this must have been an actual campaign that, I don't know if he played in it, but the people who wrote it certainly did. And they were like, let's take our D&D campaign and let's make it into a series of movies. And the first one is so cheesy, but it has a charm to it. It had enough of a charm that it kept me watching them. And they get better. Like, I feel like the Mythica movies, they're not like great movies by any stretch of the imagination, but very rarely can you see visibly the talent of a writer, a director, a costume department, and some actors, all simultaneously advancing in a measurable way from film to film. Because there's like Mythica 1, which is a little rough, and it's got Kevin Sorbo in it, which is not much of a badge of honor these days. And then Mythica 2, and it's like, well, the costumes are a little better, the plot makes a little bit more sense, and there's no Kevin Sorbo. And then by Mythica 3, you're like, I'm kind of getting invested in the plot, and the costumes are much better, and the acting has improved. By the time you get to Mythica 5, it's like, actually pretty I've paid money to watch worse movies than Mythica 5. And it's got Matt Mercer doing his crazy warlock thing the whole damn time. You know those voices that he does. He's amazing. He is great, great fun. I believe they're all on Amazon Prime Video. They are worth looking up. I'm not saying, again, let me disclaimer, I'm not saying they're great movies, so don't be like, Thunderhead, you recommended this cheesy movie to me. What's wrong with it? They're cheesy. But I liked them. The hell is that? What's up, Orbital Space Laser Jack? We're working on Eomer tonight. There's a 6th Mythica movie called Dragons and Dudes. That's from the same people that did Mythica? Because that's shown up on my list a number of times, but I've never watched it. Dragons and Dudes, eh? I'm gonna have to give it a watch now. I think Amazon's recommended that one to me a number of times. How you doing, Jack? How are things, man? I mean, I'd probably avoid getting a hernia, but I do enjoy laughing from time to time. That much is true. I can go for a good laugh. Have you seen Disney's Pixar's Onward? So everybody has raved about Onward. I have not watched it. Generally speaking, if you're asking me about an animated movie from Disney Pixar, chances are I haven't watched it. It's not that I avoid them, I just don't actively seek them out. It took chat like months of bugging me to finally watch How to Train Your Dragon, that's DreamWorks, I want to say. Your Mars leaked onto its screen, so today involved, ooh, that sucks, Space Laser Jack. Is it, did the resin leak down past the screen seal? Because as long as that didn't happen, at least that should be okay. People said a lot of really, really good things about Onward when it came out. See, now people are saying it's just okay. Maybe it was just the people who really loved it who yelled about it when it first came out, and now everyone's like, eh. Maybe it got that Phantom Menace effect. You guys remember the Phantom Menace when it came out? Because I came out of the theater from the Phantom Menace, and I said crazy things. I said insane things. Things that I'm ashamed of now. I said, wow, that was a great movie. I said, oh my god, Star Wars is back. I said, better than Return of the Jedi. These words came out of my mouth, you guys. And I'm not proud of them. I'm not. But I feel that it's important for us to recognize these things. I feel that it's important for us to admit these things so that we can see how we've grown as people. I mentioned this just because it took maybe 48 hours for us to all start to understand the mistake that we had made. It was that refrigerator movie logic where you're awake hours later and you're staring into the refrigerator. I believe this term was coined by Alfred Hitchcock. And you're staring into the refrigerator, you're browsing the snacks that you're going to have at midnight, and you're like, wait a second, that one plot point from 3 hours earlier made no fucking sense. And it was just a series of moments like that until I was like, actually, that movie was awful. Huh. And I now use that phrase to describe that phenomenon. It's phantom menacing. It's I just saw it and I love it, and then 3 hours later I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, my brain. Did I get hypnotized? My God, Little Red Maw, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing, Miss Half Damage? Good to see you. Did you enjoy Mando S2? And are there any particular Star Wars shows announced that I'm looking forward to? Interesting question. Yeah, fridge logic, or was that what he called it? I think that was Alfred Hitchcock. I think that was Alfred Hitchcock who coined that phrase. Overall, I enjoyed Mando S2. It wasn't perfect, but, if we're waiting for a show to be perfect, we're gonna be waiting a long damn time. Let me switch up to my next leather color and actually get some painting done here. Every episode wasn't perfect. I think 2 episodes in particular, I would say, were bad episodes. The finale was okay. It had one... It was weirdly balanced because it had, like, one major... In fact, 2, probably, in my opinion, major writing gaffes. Though I think gaffe more indicates that something was a mistake. I think these were on purpose. And then it includes a couple of scenes that are so fucking cool that you're tempted to just be like, I don't care. I don't care. Whatever. You can do whatever you want with the writing. It doesn't matter. This was awesome. It was fun to watch. I will say that I had to notice... without giving any spoilers, I don't think. This is more about the arc of the character and the writing of the episode. The finale for Mandalorian Season 2 would have turned out almost exactly the same way had the main characters been there or not. And I don't like that from a writing point of view. But it was cool. It was neat. The second episode with the ice spiders was not great, in my opinion, and the Akira Kurosawa-style episode that was directed by Dave Filoni was also not great, which is hard for me to say because I'm normally a Dave Filoni fanboy and adherent of his ways. I'm a big in Filoni we trust sort of guy most of the time, but that didn't do it for me. I don't know where he fell short, but he didn't quite nail what he was going for, in my opinion. The Bryce Dallas Howard directed episode was great. Was so good. So good. So it was a mixed bag for me. Overall, good show. Hard to argue with the fact that it is fun to watch. I am sorry to hear that, Project Dark Fox. It was Alfred Hitchcock, okay. Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and reply to your own comment there, Riot Sister. Yeah, dude, take your time. Take your time. Orbital Space Laser Jack. Yeah, the one with the ice spiders from Rebels. Yeah, that was not great. I have the same problem with that, the same primary problem with that episode that I had with the finale, which is like, well, in this episode, the main character is completely disconnected from the resolution. Like, why? I thought this show was about this guy, and all he really did was pick his nose for a while other people did stuff. I mean, alright. Sure. At the end of it, Dave Filoni shows up personally to save the day and be like, hey guys, I'm gonna get my own show. Like, alright, Dave. Whatever, man. I guess you do what you want. Please, Dave Filoni, don't go full George Lucas on us. He's starting to show signs that he might go full George Lucas on us, and I don't know. Is it just a curse that Star Wars brings with it that does this to people? I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. Headshot 07 with that resub. Good work, sleep well. Most likely unsub from you in the morning. As you wish. He says that every time, guys. I do think that's a little weird that they're actually giving Dave Filoni a show that he's, like, gonna be in as a character. I was fine with him showing up for the occasional cameo as Wolf Manhart or whatever the hell his character's name is. I feel like it's a little odd to be like, hey, you're the showrunner, right? Let's make a show about you. Because if the showrunner goes, if the directive, the art direction changes hands at some point, the producers are shifted out, which, let's face it, it's Star Wars, that'll probably happen again. How's that gonna be? Like, oh, we're not only are you no longer creative director on the show, also your show is canceled. Yeah, that Uncanny Valley moment was also unfortunate. Orbital Space Laser Jack. I feel like they got such a... That was a weird one for me, because I know they got a really, really negative response overall to their use of that. Let's, take a dead or old actor and youngify their face in CG and stick it on someone else's body. Like, because who didn't just immediately fall in love with Grand Moff Tarkin's ungodly, soulless face in Rogue One, right? Who didn't just fall in love with that unsettling mannequin wearing Carrie Fisher's young face? Yeah, that was maybe a little unfortunate.
No.
But they did it again. They were like, everybody loved that, right? Let's do some more of it. What gets me about that one is they have the perfect character, they have the perfect actor for that character, and they have him, like, on retainer because he's in the Marvel movies. I feel like if you have a Disney contract, on some level, they have to be able to just reach into their back pocket and pull you out whenever they want to. Because, I mean, it's Disney, you guys. And they should have done it in that case. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Goobertown Hobbies, and my money is on... See, I don't want to say the actor, because I'm really trying not to spoil Mandalorian Season 2. But let me just say this to you, Goobertown Hobbies. There's an actor who has been talked about a lot, who works in the Marvel movies, who has a Disney contract, who would be the perfect choice for that character. The perfect choice for that character. Wapelius! I'm not hitting him too hard, at least. I'm gonna do something fun, Wapelius. Here, you might appreciate this. You're a Lord of the Rings guy, yeah? This is gonna be the last thing that I do on this, but okay, I've got Eomer here, right?
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the
that doesn't
urge
count.
to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely.
I'm on
Come
screen.
on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I don't appreciate this harassment. So, Wapelius, check this out, right? I noted... Now, you can choose either his sword arm or his spear arm for when he's on the horse when you assemble him. And I go with the spear arm, I think for obvious reasons, because that shot of Carl Urban with the crazy eyes, with the spear is like, we got to do the spear.
Here
So
at
just tell me.
Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
I want to put his sword... Hang on, let me get some tweezers so I don't have to put my big galorby fingers in the way here. I took his sword from his standing pose, or rather from his riding gripping pose, and I separated his hand from it so it's just the sword by itself. And I'm gonna have it, like, right here. Like, right there. You get it? You get it, Wapelius? It's funny. For those of you who might not know, in the Lord of the Rings extended cut... Actually, I think it's in the regular cuts, too. In the scene where the three hunters encounter Eomer in the Rittermark, and he's just been cast out of the Golden Hall by his uncle, there's a scene when Carl Urban gets up on his horse and rides off in the shot, and the camera follows him up. His sword just falls straight out of his scabbard. If you watch, you can see it like it's hanging out for a second, and then it just falls and it hits the ground, and he's just like, just keep writing, just pretend like it didn't happen. It's right there on the screen. It's right behind Aragorn. You can see the whole thing happen. So I'm gonna have his sword having fallen out and resting on the ground. I just think it's funny. What's really funny about it is when you watch the cast commentary with Carl Urban, he complains about it. He's like, I can't believe they went with it. I can't believe they kept this shot. That was so messed up. Carl Urban, by the way, is just the biggest dork when you watch his commentary and that. Carbonic Acid, welcome into the stream. It's good to see you, my friend. Should be further back and look like it's falling forward. You're probably right, Sumitha, yeah, because it would have fallen and he's moving forward, so it'd be angled kind of like that. I'm not going to put too much thought into it. It might just be laying on the... It's an Easter egg. You know, we're not going to go overboard on an Easter egg. But Carl Urban is the funniest. Him and like Christopher Lee have some of the best cast commentary in the various commentaries available on like the Blu-rays. And what I think is funny about Carl Urban is like what he always seeks to put into... Oh, thank you very much, by the way, for that, Riot Sister. Let me go ahead and fix my lumbar support. Every time he pops in to say something, it's always something along the lines of he'll be like, and of course my character Eomer, he wouldn't have been in this scene because Eomer was he was on the other side of the mountains at this point, riding against the orcs with his horsemen. And of course, he would have been in Helm's Deep at this point, fighting alongside Aragorn, but they just thought it would be more dramatic to have him show up with Gandalf here, which of course is something that I disagreed with, but, you know, I'm just an actor. He's just such an unbelievable dork. He's one of two actors in the movie I can think of who constantly complained about the differences between the movies and the books. It's him and Christopher Lee. Almost everybody else is talking about the, yeah, exactly. Christopher Lee had some good complaints, too. He really did. White Wolf, thank you so much for the reminder. Nerd! What's up, Ponburn? Good to see you, man. Everybody else talks about the production, everybody else talks about hanging out with the other actors, everybody else talks about, you know, the actual meat and potatoes of making the movie. Christopher Lee and Carl Urban complain that the movie is not more like the books. And it's adorable. And then Sean Bean talks about how helicopters are terrifying, and he had to walk up a mountain every day to film. Did we, by the way, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Did we get a shout out for Wapelius? Because, oh my god, guys, if you like miniature painting, this dude is somebody you need to be following here on Twitch. He has a fantastic stream. He works with oils in a way that is just like... I don't think that it is exaggeration for me to say that Wapelius is... He's a trendsetter. He's... in a way, changing the texture of the hobby of mini painting by making... Because it's not that people haven't oil-painted miniatures before. They absolutely have. It's been a thing for a while. He has made it accessible. He has made it popular. He sort of ushered in what I think is going to be a real part of the miniature painting culture, whereas it was not before. And like, even if you're not into actually doing the oil painting, watch him go, because I sit here for 4 hours and I get a couple of things done on a model. Wapelius sits down for 4 hours and he paints a whole figure. A whole figure. It is out of control. It's actually very in control. He's a remarkably controlled painter. I guess there's some irony there. He is a wizard. Yeah, no, he legitimately is a wizard. I wasn't going to advertise with that, but yeah, it's true. The man is, in fact, a wizard. In fairness to Sean Bean, he dies a lot. Yeah, Sean Bean dies in, like, every single movie that he's in. Sometimes twice. Sometimes he comes back from the dead and then dies again. It's weird. Nobody leaves or sleeps until that mini gets done. Wapelius, that is not a policy that I could manage, and you have mad respect for keeping it up, man. But yeah, go give Wapelius a follow if you enjoy watching Twitch painting streams. Jump on into his next stream and see what you think. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. I'll say, you know, there are a lot of painters here on Twitch, and I don't want to call it anybody in particular, because that would be inappropriate. There are a lot of painters here on Twitch. There are some very famous, very talented painters who are very well known in the general mini painting community who paint on here. There are some painters who are just incredibly talented painters, whether they're well known or not, who create unbelievable works of art sitting here on Twitch that aren't necessarily great streamers on top of it. And that's not really a negative, because Twitch is a funny sort of a beast, and you don't necessarily have to be great at streaming to stream and to have people watch. This happens with gaming streams too. There are streams where people are super engaging and great streamers, and there are streams where people are like pro gamers, and you tune in to watch them because you've never seen someone play the game like they do. You're there to watch their pro level gameplay, and they won't necessarily interact with chat all that much, and that's fine. There's a market for both things, but I say this only to note that Wapelius is the rare combination, the rare combination of someone who is an incredibly talented painter, who paints to an insanely high level, gets a lot of work done, and is a lot of fun to hang out and chat with. Me, I finish a mini every now and then, maybe, kinda. But you know what? The streaming keeps me painting. It keeps me working at a reliable pace, keeps me going regularly, and that is all I ask for, and it lets me hang out with you fantastic people. It really is. Yeah, I couldn't go for 9 hours. I could not go for 9 hours. Oh, cosmic disorder. I had, you'd appreciate it. Earlier, before we started the stream today, I had 1,069 followers. And I'll just tell you, I giggled a little bit. I giggled. I'm not proud of it. I'm not saying that it's, you know, a good thing. I giggled.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
And then, of course, there's Chaotic Harmony, who, I wonder where everything's going with Chaotic. I wonder if he's going to get banned from MechWarrior Online. I feel like it's just sort of inevitable at this point because he's pissed so many people off. He doesn't seem to mind, so it'll be something to watch. Hey, Teal, what's going on, man? Did an 11-hour day. I have faith in you. I don't. Oh my god. By the time I get to the end of streaming I've done like 5-6 hours before. By the time I get to the end of 6 hours, I don't have a voice anymore. And part of it's my own fault. Maybe, I know that people who work in broadcasting establish like a level to their voice that they don't go beyond because it helps to preserve their voice. It's also a skill that's used in stage productions. You find that version of your voice that has maximum projection, but also doesn't wear out your vocal cords. I haven't found it. I just kind of, ooh, and by the end of it, I'm like, welcome to the Storm Report. Hey, Raven Cat, good to see you. I started in, the other night when my internet went down, I popped in my Blu-rays for Lord of the Rings, and I started another extended edition watch through, and I need to continue it. I can't just start something like that and not finish it. That's wrong. That's, it lacks conviction. It's not the kind of person that I want to be. I want to finish the things that I start every now and then. So that's going to be dominating my watch time for the next few nights. My wife has not seen the theatrical cuts of The Lord of the Rings. She always gets annoyed at me when I'm like, well, this scene wasn't in the theatrical cut. She's like, why do you tell me that? Just let me watch the movie. Like, consume at least 2 cough drops per... Ooh, that's actually a good idea. I should get something like that just to keep the throat, you know, lubed up, if you will. I know Hethra, she didn't see him. She did not watch The Lord of the Rings until I put on the extended cuts for her. You're not allowed to express horror at that, though, Hethrir. You're not allowed to express horror at that when your own wife had seen Mad Max Fury Road, but not Mad Max or Beyond Thunderdome. That seems incomprehensible to me. How do you even follow Fury Road without some knowledge of who Max Rokitansky? Well, I guess you can, because not a lot happens in that movie that has much to do with any of the previous films. But there's a lot of references. I was horrified to learn this. Horrified. Part of my problem with Peleus, I'm a better painter when I'm off stream. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I can do all my crazy contortionist stuff I like to do. Like I'll sort of stick this like on the side of my face and kind of look down and paint over here or something like that. Like stick one hand under my arm and kind of paint, you know? Maybe it's because I can get away with those more. I'll tell you, I'm a damn better painter now on stream than I was when I started streaming. That was hideous. So maybe it's just a skill that will come. And I mean, you did lots of videos and stuff before you started on Twitch, so I think that is the skill. Painting on camera. You know, work on it a little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. Slow and steady. Paints the horse. It's looking pretty good. I think I want to put a thin red wash over his armor. Give it one final highlight, and then I'll call his armor pretty good. Using some of my Army Painter red tone. Number 2 only are 4, but you only need to watch 2 and 4. Are you talking about Mad Max Goobertown? I'm actually a pretty big fan of the first one. Number 2 would be The Road Warrior with Lord Humongous, which, yeah, that is one you absolutely need to watch. Beyond Thunderdome, certainly not as many people are fans of, but I rather like Beyond Thunderdome. I'm just not just gonna slather this on because the way this is built, I'd like to retain some of the metallic down in the recesses, so I'm just going real easy. I'm trying to put some shadows only on the red parts, which is a fun trick if I can pull it off. With a wash of all things. Nice
You know,
and
I
easy.
suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I can,
Not
and
like
I
we're
will.
trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I can, and I will. Just using this AP red tone to kind of bring my red highlights down with my shadows. Watch enough to know who Master Blaster is, then turn it off. Not a fan, huh? Not a fan of Annie Entity?
And so I
fair.
painted
It's
on
definitely
some
not as good.
metallics. Bitches love metallics.
I rather enjoy Beyond Thunderdome, but I totally understand why people don't when you consider the other movies in the series. I am a fan of the first one. I would disagree with you on one thing, Goobertown Hobbies. You need to watch Mad Max. You need to watch the first movie. You gotta understand where it's coming from. It's a different movie than the other ones. Everything after Mad Max is weirdly a lot more upbeat and a lot more fantastical. The first one is dark and admittedly a little depressing. But I think that it is necessary to see. The later movies can convince you that the post-apocalypse is just all happy-go-lucky car chases. But it's good to see where Max started. And it gives you a little bit of a glimpse at the fact that the apocalypse was not complete by the time the story started. That we're really still in the rise of it in a lot of ways. Comparatively speaking, Shock 21, Bartertown was... Oh my god. That's 3 times tonight. 3 times tonight my camera's frozen. I have got to fix my damn cam link. Let me fix it real quick. One moment, folks. But yeah, I think that compared to the first movie, almost everything in the Mad Max movies is upbeat. The first movie was dark. Very dark. It's one of the reasons that I enjoy that movie, The Rover, with Guy Pearce and Robert Pattinson as much as I do. Because I feel like it was thematically picking up from the first movie, rather than the later ones. They didn't. If they did, it got lost in my email, or I lost track of the correspondence, White Wolf. It's something that I actually need to get back to and figure out. Because, yeah, we've had some issues. Not just Immortan Joe, but also Toe Cutter from the first movie. Same actor. But yes, he did. He did pass. There is a movie by, and now I can't think of the writer-director's name, which is really embarrassing since I'm sitting here talking about being such a fan of his stuff, and it's a name that I say constantly, but for whatever reason right now I can't think of it. The main writer behind Mad Max and that whole series of films, he did a show in the 90s. I don't remember what the show was called. Again, embarrassing since I'm talking about it, but I really just thought about it, and I haven't for a while. And it was like a post-apocalypse show about some like desert ranger type dudes who protect the highways and try to keep civilization running, and you can tell that the whole point of the show is just to get to a point where he can do car chases with big battle rigs in the desert. And George Miller, that's the name that I'm trying to say and failing. And George Miller did this show. If you watch this show, it becomes very clear to me that the best idea George Miller ever actually had as a writer was, what if somebody took a giant tanker truck and made it into a war vehicle and then they had to chase through the desert? That's the only thing. The only thing George Miller has apparently ever really wanted to do is just that scene. And, I mean, you can tell he's done it over and over and over and over, and it's definitely the most popular thing about his work. It was the whole point of Fury Road. Fury Road, in my opinion... Now, I know that people really love this movie, so please don't take offense to the fact that I'm not a huge fan of it. I feel like Fury Road barely had a plot. The plot of the movie was, we need to do some car chases, so let's, I don't know, she's trying to escape to some mystical oasis or something. and then it's not there, so she got to go back. It was so transparent. It existed just to facilitate the car chases. Now, there's not anything necessarily wrong with that. That's perfectly fine. But I was not a huge fan of it. I was not a huge fan of it. Weirdly, ooh, Henry Ball, thank you so much for the follow. I missed a follow a little bit ago. Peggle Bill, I apologize for that. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm not a big, I can't think of the actor's name. Somebody help me out. Somebody help me out. The guy who played Max in Fury Road. I'm forgetting all the really easy to... Tom Hardy. I'm not a big Tom Hardy fan. I don't know how... if you can really be a big Tom Hardy fan. He hasn't really done that many incredible things, but I know that he has a following. But I thought his Max Rockatansky was great. Like, if I had to pick two things out of Fury Road that I actually liked, Tom Hardy's Max Rockatansky and the dude who played Hux. They were good. Their stories were fantastic. I haven't finished Peaky Blinders, Jack. People keep telling me to finish Peaky Blinders. I know I need to do it. I'm going to do a little bit of metallic work here. Starting with some Vallejo Model Air copper. Oh, I liked him in Venom. Venom was a better movie than people gave it credit for, in my opinion. Was it a great movie? No. Did it make sense the whole time? No. In fact, most of the time it made no sense at all. Very entertaining, though. And I mean, what does a Venom movie really have to be but entertaining? I propose nothing at all. If it's entertaining, it's doing its job. Oh, actually, I wanted to use another paint for this before I start putting that down. I wanted to use this Reaper copper. Shucks. Forget my own damn paints. Venom is the story of living with a bad roommate. Have you guys seen a movie called Upgrade? It was like about a dude who got an AI put in his head. Because that movie was cool. It got like almost no fanfare at all when it came out, and I still haven't heard much about it, but it was so neat. It did a phenomenal job of demonstrating the idea of a human body fighting with the mind of an artificial intelligence that can analyze movement. And the camera work in it was really quite cool. I enjoyed Upgrade. It had a good ending, too. Upgrade. Oh, Upgrade. Didn't he have a Y in there too? It was like Upgrade. Y-E-D-D. It's been a while since I've watched Idiocracy. Vergaderung, if it's not on Netflix, it's on Amazon Prime, maybe? It's on one of the streaming services right now. Now, normally, if I were choosing colors for how good they were going to look on a model, I would go with silver here, because he's wearing red armor and the silver is going to stand out better. But as I explained before, in this case I am going movie purist, and he had brass hardware for the most part, so he gets copper up to brass. And it's all going to kind of blend in, and it's only really going to look good in studio photos, but you know what? I'm painting Eomer for me. And I want his colors to be right. You know how they do the camera tricks. In case you didn't, they had the actor wear a smartphone, use the internal gyro as an input for a synchronized rotating. That makes sense, because they did a lot of shots where the camera stayed not with the perspective of the actor, but just with the orientation of the actor. And it was like the choreography in it was, at one point you watched, like, it was a guy with an AI in his head So, it is Vergaderung. This is the base color. I'm using copper with a red and then building that up to a yellow for the brass. This is essentially my shadow color. But he would, it was like a dude fighting with an AI in his head, so every single punch that he threw was perfectly calculated, and every dodge he did was just the right amount of energy. It was like fighting a machine. It was really, really well choreographed and shot. A lot of fun to watch. It's the same kind of fun to watch that, like, Hardcore Henry was for me, where it's just like, this movie's dumb and I don't care. It's like watching a video game, but actually fun instead of a little bit boring. I say that, I'm on Twitch. If there's anybody who thinks it's fun to watch a video game, it's people who are on Twitch. It worked really, really well, Sumitha. That movie was very cool. Goobertown Hobbies, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for stopping in today. I hope you had fun, and I hope to see you again sometime, man. You have a good night. Not getting the consistency I want here. For whatever reason. It's probably because, you know what it was? I had a big dollop of water high up on my brush, and it was rolling down and watering down my paint. That's stupid. Rookie mistake. Hey, what's up, Gus? How you doing today, man? New episodes of The Expanse come out on Wednesday, right? I confused myself about that one recently. One brush. Ash brush. Durbatuluk. Ash brush gimbatul. Ash brush trakatuluk. Ag burzumi shi krimpatul. I might end up making those silver. I don't like how they kind of blend into the harness like they do. Well, I'll do some silver highlighting on the headpiece and then I'll decide. Nerd! Vergaderung is basically ogre. Basically ogre. How you doing, We're the Gamers? Good to see you. No, you probably should not be surprised. That's not the only black speech that I know, for that matter. When I was most into... I don't want to use gunmetal, I want to use something higher than that. What am I doing? You know what? I'm going to shade a little bit. With this gun barrel black from Rainy River Designs. Let's try it out. Bunch of heckin' nerds. Hey, what's up, Mikey Mike? How you doing today? Why do I keep doing this? I have a fucking mixer right here. Alright, let's try out some of this gun barrel black. I'll lay a little bit of it into the shadows of the horse's barding. Mostly because I'm doing kind of a warm steel color here, and I think some cool shadows will help to separate my highlights. Well, it goes down nicely. Maybe I have a sign that says, "Do not shake, use machine." Yeah, like right in front of my face, right? Sneaky spider. Sneaky spider. Sneaky spiders are the worst. Spiders are bad enough when I know where they are. If they're sneaking around, good night. Good night. Gun barrel black is a little bit thick. I'm going to thin it down with some distilled water. Ooh, it's definitely got a lot of blue in it. Should learn the full poem in black speech for the nerd card. It's not really. It's not a terribly difficult one, to be fair. He repeats the same words quite a lot, so once you know how to say one ring, ashnazg, it goes pretty easily. The hardest part is the last one. The one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. Ag burzu mishi krimpatur. That's why I named myself this, to scare my enemies. What is that Vallejo brown color you're using on the base? You're thinking of Vallejo Smoke. Almost certainly Vallejo Smoke, which is one of my favorite bottles of paint that I have at any given time. I've gone through more individual bottles of Vallejo Smoke than almost any other color. Yeah, it's just Twitch being Twitch. Twitch has had some problems lately. Alright, now let me switch out to a silver. And let me just go ahead and drop that on top of some of my models. Break them all. Genius. Genius! Not silver, I want steel. A little less white, not aluminum, that's very, very white. Oh, the full poem. Oh, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's a bit more than I've got. The inscription is easy. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Need to thin you a little bit, Vallejo Model Air. Little thick. It's not quite what I wanted. Well, I'm going to do this and then give it a little bit more Vallejo smoke to bring it back down. The steel is very bright, though. I don't really have anything between gunmetal and steel, and there is a world of difference between the two. But a little glaze of smoke should bring it into the same general register. That's pretty cool, Sheza. I dig that. Would love to do an animated HBO-style series to cover one book of the Silmarillion per season. That may be what we end up getting, Colonel Matthew Steiner. They're doing some more Lord of the Rings stuff right now. It remains to be seen if any of it's going to be any good. But, like, Amazon is doing a show. I heard that they're doing another movie about Morgoth, I guess. Which, I guess if they're going to start anywhere, it might as well be with Morgoth. When you're explaining the universe of the Lord of the Rings, when you're explaining Middle-earth to people, often that story starts with, alright, so there's a bunch of angels, right? And there's this one, and he's a dick, and he calls himself Morgoth. Like, that's the start. Jesus, Roland, I'm not even going to read that out loud. You should be ashamed of yourself. So everybody's like, let's sing the world into existence, and Morgoth is like, I'm gonna play some fucking metal music. And that's where the orcs came from. Well, not really where the orcs came from. Where a lot of stuff came from, though. Orcs wouldn't have happened until later. Holy moly. H8 Radio. Hater Radio? Haterade, is that? I'm getting Hater Radio from it. I hope that's right. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Try just a little bit of steel on here and see how it pops. Not bad, really. That is not bad. I think I'm going to go with that. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Yeah, I'm not sure what the don't quote me on that one, Ghastly. I just heard about that the other day, that they were doing something to do with Morgoth, and it might have been a movie. I didn't get enough details on it, but yeah, they're doing a series on Amazon Prime, and that promises to be, I mean, interesting at the very least. All right, I'm gonna put down a little bit of Vallejo smoke, which I just had in my hand. Here it is. I'm gonna work on his boots and his gloves because they need a little bit of attention. Also, I'm gonna try real quick to put down some colors on the base. This is a part that's been worrying me a little bit since I decided to go with a number 1 and I can't dry brush anything. Just a little watered down Vallejo smoke goes a long way. Going for this kind of dirty steel. Dirty patinaed steel. Also, the watered down smoke is pretty good for blending leather colors, so I'll go ahead and put a little bit of on my leather straps. Hey, 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 what's up, Chaotic Harmony? How you doing? Glaze some of this smoke in here. Chaotic. There's something in the mail for you, man. I don't think it's arrived yet, but it can't be too far off, buddy. Also a little bit on his blonde hair up here just to give it some deeper shadows. I haven't highlighted it at all yet, but I might as well do this now since I've got it out. Alright, let me work on his boots. Oh, thank you very much for the lurk, Zombie Brush. Towel you bought on eBay. Nearly here. Oh, yeah. You should be. You should be, Sumitha. Oh, you should be. But yes, that's not in the mail yet. That's going to be going in tomorrow on Monday, but it should probably get to you within the week. Probably get to you within the week. Alright. Let me see what it's going to look like laying down these colors on the base by hand. Going with a warmer gray. I'm going to go to Pro Acryl. Use their dark warm gray to start with. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the PogChamp rotation thing. Like, I understand why they removed the PogChamp, but they should have done it so it's like it rotates every time you use it from a list or something like that, instead of one per day. Or just left it. I don't know. You know what? I don't really have an opinion on the whole PogChamp thing. I just know that it hasn't been as much fun since then. Need light warm gray as well. Shouldn't start without it. It is what it is, rolling. I can't honestly say that I care enough about it to even think that it's bullshit. Like, who cares? Mixing a little bright warm gray with dark warm gray to create medium warm gray. Oh my god, what a thought. Ooh, I know a color I want to use too. If I'm laying out the colors I'm going to do in succession here, I might as well pull this out. Mountain stone. No, I don't want desert stone. I have another one here that I was using before. Which one was it? Oh, don't break things. Stonewall gray. I'm definitely a fan of that one. And then wolf gray. Yeah, these are the colors. God, I got a lot of paints on my desk right now. I should probably put some away. Yeah, I've seen that happen a few times, Jack, and that's some particular bullshit. Try some of this wolf gray. I think it's about the color that I want. And then I can wash it down if it isn't. Anthro Andrew. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let's wipe a lot of this off. And kind of flatten my brush a little bit. I'm going to be abusing this size 1 a teeny little bit here. I want to see how I can pick up the rock texture here. It's like dry brushing, kinda. I mean, you know, dry brushing is a technique, it's not a brush, so you can really do it with anything. It just so happens that particular arrangements and softnesses of bristles do the best and easiest job. If I was gonna abuse any of my sable rounds, it might as well be the Artis Opus, because I don't like this brush all that much. Lurker reporting in. How you doing, Plank Walker? Reaper Master Series Shadowed Stone. I don't believe I have that one crossbow roof. Riot Sister, you have a good dinner. Ooh, a Zapia. Zapia. Gonna zap ya. Gonna get that zap. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Hope you're having a good zap-free day, Zapia. I'm really gonna abuse the hell out of this brush and kind of flatten it a bit here. It's not really abuse, it's just use. But it's not something I normally do with this style of brush is all. I want to wipe all the paint off, just a good deal of it. I am. Thank you very much for asking, or rather, thank you for wishing well, Plank Walker. Having a pretty good day. Good to be back on schedule after the 1-year streamiversary threw my week off. It's surprising to me how much of my week I actually schedule around the stream at this point. Not in the sense of, like, you know, putting things off because I got a stream, but in the sense of just, like, I organize mentally based on the fact that I'll be streaming on certain days right now. And when I throw that off, it has surprising impacts. Or rather, just a surprising level of impact. The actual impact that it has is probably very predictable. I don't know when things are happening. Alright. That's pretty good for the Wolf Gray. Let's go ahead and do, I'm thinking, a little bit of Stonewall Gray. Which isn't that much higher. I'm just going to kind of mix it in. It is good and thick like all of these game colors are, which is perfect for what we're doing here now. Right. Touch of bright warm gray in a few spots. I'm going to give it a wash, probably in some smoke. I think one more touch up and it should be good to go for the rocks. And we'll work a little bit on the dirt. I'm real uneven with it. But it's a rock. Give it one of this very, very watered down Vallejo smoke. Alright, now let's try to pick up some of the texture of the dirt nice and easy. I don't remember what colors I used before, but I'm going to try some more of this Stonewall Gray on the dirt. And by before, I mean on my Theoden. I painted him like a year ago. I don't remember what colors I used, and I wasn't recording anything at the time, so there's nothing to check. Yeah, that works. Now bear in mind that I'm going to be doing his base also very much like I did Theoden. So a lot of this I'm going to be covering up, excuse me, with static grass and tufts to give it that sort of Highlands look. Oop, that's a bit too much. Yeah, that works nice. That works pretty nice, as long as I can reach in here and get all the spots. And you know, I have a tendency to overdo it on basing, stuff like this. I'm going to give it another wash of Vallejo smoke and then one more quick highlight just so I have some greater variation in here. But you gotta remember, you don't have to hit every single bit of texture on here. Actual ground cover is very varied in its coloration, and you can simulate shadows by leaving certain areas dark. But we're working within a very limited palette here. Let's wash some Vallejo smoke in here. Hey, what's up, Rodan? How you doing? I'm glad you're enjoying that wet palette, Cat of Harmony. They're very, very nice. They can be a bit of a game changer. I'm gonna apply the smoke a little bit unevenly in this case to give it like this sort of variation you can see here. Apply it more heavily in the shadows of rocks. And around where the hooves come down so that I can kind of differentiate one gray and brown from another. That's not bad. A chance for that to dry on the rocks, so let's go ahead and give them a highlight. Some more of that stone wall gray. I'm gonna be real sparing with it this time. Just a little bit. More than that. That was perhaps too sparing. There we go. Just trying to get that texture to stand out as much as I can without going too nuts. Huh. That's not half bad. Once I add in some tufts and static grass to mix things up, I think that'll look pretty good. You make all your minis on the Ender 3. Very few of my actual minis. Old Pepper. Old Pepper. Most of my minis I do on the Elegoo Mars. On the Ender 3, I'll primarily do terrain for wargaming because it's best suited to that. I've done some minis on the Ender 3, but that was before I got the Mars. Now I do pretty much all my minis on the Mars. Resin printing is generally better for that sort of thing. I need to do a quick black wash on the hooves because I went a little nuts with that when I was texturing them. Hooves. The hooves. And then I'll work on his boots. Just tone that down somewhat. Since I got it out, I'm going to slather a little bit in here. Darken it from the gray that it's at. Good God, Ghastly. I guess I don't encourage that advanced of a sense of humor in here, to be fair. But come on, man. And I'm actually going to use a little bit of this wolf gray and the light warm gray to highlight... Well, no, I don't want wolf gray. I don't want the wolf gray. I'll use some of the stonewall gray and some of the light warm gray on his helmet crest. And then I'll probably give it a sepia wash. Not a lot. This method is actually fairly effective, and I'm probably going to do it for these textured manes and such from now on. Before I did crazy things like trying to highlight each individual strand, and in retrospect that was dumb. This gets them much more quickly and accurately. I'm not good at painting hair, though. I'll be the first to admit. I'm just, oof. I struggle with it for whatever reason. I'm getting better, but it's on my list of weaknesses. Almost like my Crazy Inane challenge has a purpose. Wax on, wax off. It is a dark day when I begrudgingly have to accept that We're the Gamers did something right, but, you know, even a broken clock is right twice a day. It's like asking me to admit that Hethrir did something right. Like, even if it's true, it's just not going to happen. It's the principle of the thing. And the principle is he's never going to let me live it down. I'm going to throw a little bit of soft tone wash over this. I wonder what's for dinner tonight. I'm getting hungrier earlier than usual. Getting hungry earlier than usual. It's usually into the storm report that I suddenly realize I have to eat something. This is just a little bit of AP soft tone I'm putting down. That looks pretty good. Yeah, oh yeah, that's definitely it, Hethrir. I'm mad that you're right most of the time. And I just can't stand it. Absolutely. Totally. 100% Hethrir.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
Come on. Come on. There's a little bit of this dark tone since I got it out to just kind of draw a line between my mail, rather my chain, and my scale here. I'm going to be lurking while I demo a painting setup stream until I get my full setup going. Arcarna, good luck with that. I hope it goes well. Yeah, I'm going to do the same on the horse's mane for a final highlight, because that actually worked pretty decently. Alright, got that done. That's coming together. Let's go ahead and do that. Why not? With a little bit of my ghost gray for a super high shiny highlight. Wow, yeah, that actually works really well, and I like this, and I'm going to do it more often. Learn something new every day. Or some days, maybe not every day. I can actually be pretty aggressive with this. Really, this isn't anything crazy. This isn't anything people don't know. This is just dry brushing with a regular brush, essentially. And I don't know why I hadn't done it before, but I hadn't. So here we are. Yeah, I like that. Like that quite a lot. Cat, you here? I'm thrown off because I started late. When's the storm report? How long do I have? I guess I could look at the time instead of my, how long you've been streaming readout, but I didn't think of that until just now, so. Yep. $25 minutes? Okay. Okay, yeah, actually, for edge highlighting, I feel like this would work pretty well, too. And really, all this, it's just dry brushing. It's just taking a relatively thick paint and wiping off, not as much as I would with like a flat dry brush, but the majority of the paint, and also flattening the edge of the brush a little bit. And then once you've still got some on there, just dragging it over edges. It's really basic, and now that I've started doing it, I'm like, well, of course this makes sense. Why wasn't I doing it before? But you know, the best ideas aren't super complex ideas. They're just silly little things that we're like, why wasn't I doing this the whole time? It seems so obvious in retrospect. I'm going to make some of that Stonewall Gray with a little bit of Vallejo smoke to get myself a good highlight color for these boots. There we go. Excuse me. I have to compliment the Federation from Starship Troopers. Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Now, admittedly, the Federation using details from the book as opposed to the movie. My compliment to the Federation is that they were idealistically consistent enough to say not only does service guarantee citizenship, but you are guaranteed to be allowed to serve no matter your disability, no matter your skill set. It was described in the books that there was actually essentially a shortage of jobs within the Federation military. They were required as a government to find work for everybody who wanted to serve. Which, as it turns out, was kind of a huge pain in the ass. It wasn't a simple matter of, we don't need any more of this job, so you can't sign up. No, 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 no. It is a right. It is a right of non-citizens to have the opportunity to serve so that they can achieve franchise. Now, this is maybe one of the idealistically weakest parts, interestingly enough, of Heinlein's writing, because that's unrealistic as hell. Any government that was as authoritarian as the Federation was, that based its voting on citizenship like that, would very quickly devolve into a class-based system, wherein some people were able to serve and thus have franchise and others were not. But within the magical realm of fiction where we can do anything we want, they succeeded in finding jobs for everybody. It also meant that they generally discouraged people from seeking citizenship because they had to find jobs for them. It was a pain in the ass. That was the purpose of... They did it in the movie. They showed the guy with the missing legs. The whole, oh, federal service made me the man I am today. That guy's like a small character in the book, who Johnny Rico meets up with later on when he's wearing his nice, shiny prosthetic legs and his nice, shiny prosthetic hand that is largely indistinguishable from a real hand. Like, he had really, really nice limbs, and he wore crappy ones or no limbs at all when he was sitting at the desk. The idea being when people come in and they go, I want to serve in the federal service, and he's like, oh, congratulations, yeah, I did too. Look, I've got no legs and a shitty metal arm. And people go, maybe I'll rethink that, and they leave. His job was to discourage people. And so when Johnny Rico was not discouraged, but when he still came back the next day, the guy was genuinely excited to see him. He was like, hey, my job didn't work. That's awesome. Because on a personal level, he did want people to serve. But he was there as an example of why maybe you wouldn't want to. So my compliment to the Federation is that they took seriously their responsibility to finding jobs for everyone who wanted to achieve franchise. On an idealistic level, I strongly disagree with that concept. Because, as I said, in a real-world setting, it simply would never work, because human beings are human beings. But when we write a book, we can do anything we want, and we can make people be good even when they're not. This is the magic of fiction. What game is this mini for? Greybeard Ray, this is Eomer from Games Workshop's Middle-earth strategy battle game, so essentially the Lord of the Rings minigame. If they ever reboot Starship Troopers. I don't know that they should, but then I'm very much of the Robert Heinlein school of thought that... Or not Robert Heinlein school of thought, I apologize, the Paul Verhoeven school of thought that Robert Heinlein, for all of his talent as a writer, was naive. I think it's hard to argue that Robert Heinlein, as an author of military fiction, is anything but naive. He never served in war. Robert Heinlein was a glorified radio operator on a ship for the entire duration of his enlistment. And yet he wrote a bunch of very high-minded fiction about the glories of soldiering and the wisdom of veterans. And it seems, in retrospect, and with military service behind me, very self-indulgent and fairly intellectually masturbatory. He didn't know what he was talking about, and in my opinion, not through any fault of his own, he didn't really have the opportunity. But then I also think that Robert Heinlein changed a lot of his views as time went on. I think it's hard to argue that he didn't if you read most of his work and then read Stranger in a Strange Land. If you handed Stranger in a Strange Land to a young Robert Heinlein and said, hey, you're going to write this one day, I think he would have laughed in your face. Yeah, he was from Buenos Aires. And he was, in fact, South American. Was he not? I know both of his... No, his mother was killed. His father survived. Because it's his father that... Oh, he's Filipino. Okay, thank you. Yeah, his father is actually... He fills the Sergeant Zim role at the end of the movie. You know, at the end of the movie when they're like, Zim got the bug, man! Zim got the bug! That's Johnny Rico's dad in the book. That's how they reconnect. Because he wasn't, he thought his father was dead. And they thought a lot of people were dead, because when an asteroid hit the Earth, like, you know, death reports were unreliable, the war effort ramped up, it was hard to find out who was where, when, and what happened. So yeah, by the time he meets up with his dad again, they're both soldiers. Indeed, Riot Sister, he would not have been able to... He would... A young Robert Heinlein would not grok the fullness of Stranger in a Strange Land at all. Not one little bit. Well, he would grok one part of it. And that's the part where he wrote a character who was a crotchety old dude who was a smartass about everything, and a bunch of young chicks were totally in love with him and wanted his dick all the time. He would grok that part, because that was just Robert Heinlein writing in who he wishes he was. Jubal Harshaw, that was his name. I think that it is... most authors have self-inserts like that. Not all authors, obviously. Some people's subject matter is different, but a lot of authors will write in a character, with, particularly once they've got a catalog under their belt, the purpose of which is to be like, well, this is just who I wish I was if I was a part of this universe. I said before when we were talking about Lord of the Rings, Tolkien definitely had one. I believe Tolkien's self-insert was Tom Bombadil. That was just who he would very much like to be if he had the option. I think Jubal Harshaw is very much who Robert Heinlein would like to be if he had the option. Unfortunately, that requires a bunch of young hot chicks to be super into him and to want to hang out in his pool in bikinis all day. And that just never manifested for him. Yeah, Stephen King is the worst when it comes to self-inserts, and they're insufferable on top of that. Stephen King's a big fucking cornball, though. Like, just as a human being. I'm gonna water down some of this Stonewall Gray I've been using at its full thickness so I can use it to highlight. No, I mean, okay. It is fair to say, Greg, We're the Gamers. Sorry, I thought I was talking We're the Gamers. It was Riot Sister. Riot Sister who said that. My bad. Riot Sister, Greg, same diff. There are parts of that who I wish I was if I were in this universe in a lot of the stories that Tolkien wrote, but then Tolkien wrote a lot of different characters and a lot of stories for all of them. There's a lot of it. But as far as characters from the Lord of the Rings specifically that are just really only there to be a self-insert, I think Tom Bombadil is the most egregious example. The guy takes almost a quarter of a book and just spends time writing songs about fucking Hey Dilly Ho Dilly Tom Bombadillo, and it has nothing to do with the plot. It has nothing to do with the plot. He has a little side story where he's banging the daughter of the river, and she's like a super hot blonde, and he's the Lorax, and he speaks for the trees, and Old Man Willow tries to eat some hobbits, and it's like, none of these things, they loosely relate to events that will happen in the second book, kind of, but I think most people agree that if you just remove Tom Bombadil entirely from the story, like, you don't really lose much. Wait, which connection, Roland? Oh, from Tom Bombadil? Yeah, like, that was... I look at it almost exactly the same way that I look at, Jubal Harshaw. It's hard to ignore the connection there. That it's like, well, you know, he's a wistful old guy who likes to sing songs and live by himself in the forest and hangs out with horses and speaks to ponies and bangs hot blondes who are much younger than him. It's like... I see what you did there. Yeah, okay. I would buy that, Riot Sister. Yeah, are there elements of who he is and how he views his life and his relationships all through the Silmarillion and through the appendices? Absolutely, yes. But that's true of just the whole series. I have to tone that glove down quite a lot. Wound up being a little extreme. A little extreme. Every time you see it from Maine, it's either a lobster reference or have you ever met Stephen King? To be fair, it's not hard to meet Stephen King living in Maine. The guy's all over the damn place. It's a reasonable enough question. You know, he goes for jogs out in the world all the time. It's reasonable enough to ask, have you run into Stephen King lately? Oh, that's dark. Oh, why did I make that joke? That was terrible. I feel bad about that. Though, on the other hand, it's been long enough, hasn't it? I'm gonna take a little bit of AP Strong Tone to wash over those highlights I just did and then see where they wind up. That's why I never tell Pee-Pee where I am from. Well, stop talking to Pee-Pee. The guy from Grey's Anatomy? Who's the guy from Grey's Anatomy? I don't know who that is. Guys, I've never watched Grey's Anatomy. I know that might shock you. I seem like I'd be a big fan. Patrick Dempsey? I mean, maybe. That's as good a guess as I would have made. Dempsey C. I like that name better, if I'm being honest. You never tell people where you're from because they might ask you if you've met Stephen King, Colonel Matthew Steiner? But that just leads me to believe that you live in Maine, then. I'm just going to apply a little bit of this strong tone in the crevices next to the leather straps to help them stand out a little bit more. And around the barding just a teeny little bit here. Just a little bit. I'm just being a smart-ass, Steiner. Vergaderung's back. Hell yeah. Glenn Close seems like one of those celebrities that you just wouldn't really want to bother. In general, I mean, most celebrities on their day-to-day, I get it. I understand them being annoyed at fans coming up to them when they're just like, I'm having a bad day, I'm a little depressed, I need to go grocery shopping. Please don't ask me about that movie that I was in. But if I met Glenn Close, you know what I'd be like, oh my god, I loved you in Mars Attacks. Just to throw her off. They're not just people though, Riot Sister, they're celebrities. They're special people. They're more than people. They have supernatural powers. Ooh, we've just been followed by the average painter. It's good to know, you know, the limitation of your skills. How you doing, average painter? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for the follow. Shading these fingers a little bit more here. And a little bit more here. Probably some brown liner to finish that up. Eomer's coming together decently, though. Yeah. Blackwash in the horse's eyes. I need to redo those almost entirely. Wombat Combat Prime coming in with 9 people. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Wombat Combat. How are you doing today, my friend? Hope you're having a good one. Hope you had a good stream. And thank you so much for doing that. Shout out Riot Sister, Wombat Combat Prime. Ladies and gentlemen, excellent variety and gaming streamer. Been doing a whole lot more tabletop role-playing games and painting lately. Good dude, friend of mine from when I lived down in Texas. Go ahead and give that man a follow if you have not already. Follows are free, folks. Worst case scenario, you stop into a stream one day and you go, I've changed my mind, and you take it away. You snatch the follow right away from us. You have that power. You have that power over the streamer. But it doesn't cost you nothing. So why don't you go drop one? Welcome in again, Raiders. Hope you guys are having a good day. We here at Thunderhead Studio paint a bunch of models. That's the vast majority of what we do here. We do other stuff from time to time, but mostly it's painting models. Did an alert go out on Discord? I put one in the stream pings. I don't tag everyone anymore, Vandal Noir. I don't use the @here tag. I don't use the @everyone tag. Because I hate them. Like with a burning, terrible passion, I hate those tags. But I do tag gaming streams or painting streams, a tag that you can acquire by reacting in the welcome channel appropriately. So make sure, if you didn't get a notification, that you go into the welcome channel and give the right, go ahead and read the post there, give the right reaction, and you will get a roll. And once you have the painting streams roll, you should get pings when painting streams go live. Hey, 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 good to see you, Soda Addict. Hey, Nerdy Cupcakes. How are things? What were you up to today, Wombat Combat? I'm just making subtle adjustments here at this point, because I think we're starting the Storm Report here in, oh shit, like 2 minutes? Yeah, that seems just about right. So, just a couple little things, a little bit of cleanup here. Try to use some strong tone to differentiate the leather strap from the leather armor. They're all red leather, so it's a little tricky to do. But that's just me making excuses, as usual. Mini effort. I guess if I'm reading it properly, it's more like mini effort. Something like that. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. This Vandal Noir, this is Eomer, Marshal of the Rittermark. I keep saying it's new. It came out a while ago, like over a year ago from Games Workshop, but it's new to me. I only had the old Eomer, and that model was terrible. I'm gonna try using a touch of brown liner while I'm doing this. Just a touch. Been in the stream for 2 seconds and gotta follow mini effort. Thank you so much. This is not necessarily my favorite piece of work that I've done even recently, but it's coming together pretty well. That's disappointing. Come out of the bottle, brown liner. I would like to use you.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
And just a touch of distilled water for my brown liner, which I need to
Do you like
clean out.
sexy battle mechs,
the top
sexy
of-
streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. Oh, Storm Report is now closed. Excellent. We're going to go over into that mini effort. This is for the Middle-earth strategy battle game made by Games Workshop. So the same guys who do Warhammer 40k. I have a couple of armies for the Middle-earth strategy battle game, including Rohan and Mordor, and I have some soldiers and rangers of Gondor. Most of what I have is Rohan and Mordor right now. We're going to go over to the Storm Report in just a moment and take a look at what y'all have been sharing with us. Alright, that is decent for today, for this session. I have at least one more session before we are going to be wrapping up our One Brush to Rule Them All challenge, which, for those of you who are unaware, was a challenge issued by our very own Greg the Salt Miner / We're the Gamers to paint a mini in the month of January using one brush. One single brush. Doesn't sound that bad. Doesn't sound that bad until you have to do like dry brushing or something like that, or if you restrict yourself to a particularly large brush. I went with this Artist Opus size 1, which is a pretty good brush for doing detail, but then I've had to do a lot of texturing on this model and then the work on the base. It's been interesting. I have actually learned a fair few techniques in doing this. But Eomer's definitely coming together. I'm feeling okay about his armor. I think it needs one more round of highlights. All in all, he's got a lot of colors and a lot of little details, so I feel like he winds up being kind of a big, muddy mess. I think doing his face, his beard, and his hair is going to help. I'm going to have to do that off stream. I tried to do it on stream today, and it just... that was rough. That was a rough time. But we got a number of people using... I know size 1 isn't large. We got a lot of people using a whole lot of different brushes just for you, Chaotic, just for you.
Ass Crackling Thunder Spunk! Yeehaw!
Oh, I didn't time it right. God, that's disappointing. God, that's disappointing. But this is where we made it on Eomer so far. I think getting his face done is definitely going to help, and then I'm going to do some wood texturing on his spear. Also having a good amount of, because I'm going to do the basing the same as I did Theoden. So we'll have Eomer and Theoden. And then probably next month, for whatever challenge it is that Greg comes up with, I'll be doing Eowyn, and then we will have the nephew, niece, and uncle all done up. Alright, let's set Eomer aside for now. It is just about that time, ladies and gentlemen. Cat, you know what time it is. Why don't you let us know?
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers.
It was so close. I thought I timed it perfectly so it wouldn't cut her off. It cut off just the very end of it there. Damn. All right, I'm going to have to adjust that. When I ran it earlier, it was perfect. Ooh. I'm sorry about that, Cat. Didn't let you finish. Well, you know, story of my life.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
What? White Wolf, you don't like the stinger? You don't like the transition screen? I thought it was cool. It makes me seem professional. It makes me seem like I know what I'm doing, which is important because I don't. So I need to seem like it as much as I can. Give me 1 second. I'm going to stick these paints away before I forget the slots. This is the one thing about having all my paints organized just so, is if I leave them out long enough, I forget which ones go in which slots a little bit, and that can be a little bit embarrassing. If I have a bunch of them out, if I only have like 5 out, it's fine. Because I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I can see the logic to this. But if I pull a bunch out from one area, it can get a little rough. And Pro Acryl goes down here. Yeah, I'm not standing in front of a green screen showing off the... We'll do that next. The Storm Report will evolve to me just being like a fucking weatherman. Ooh... Let's see what we've got today. Up first from... Ooh, it looks like a long one today. Up first from Gear Falcon. Tiny cop car. Wee, wee, wee. Oh, that is a tiny cop car. Damn. That is just an itty-bitty one. Is this one of the ones from Steel Warrior Studio, Gear Falcon? Kind of goes with the weather bit. I mean, yeah, it does. It's also... like a bunch of work. I don't use green screen for anything. I know it's like a popular thing to do. I don't know, I kind of like having a background behind me. I don't like the disembodied streamer look. It's a little weird. Yeah, this is the one from Steel Warrior Studios. I haven't seen a whole lot of these printed up, but I like the design. He picked these up a little while ago. There are cars, there are like tanker trucks, there are flatbed like 18 wheelers and stuff. Yeah, big truck rigs. There are a number of options, and these fit perfectly into Trinity City. We got them scaled just so that if you are using the Trinity City files to make like roads or the parking garage, for instance, actually I'm really proud of the parking garage because the way that it's set up, if you're using these cars and you put them on top of the parking garage in the parking spaces, you can still stand a mech on top of the parking spaces without moving the cars, so you can actually just glue them in place. I'm very happy about that feature. I use like some little bollards to create a negative zone there. It's the tiny cop car from the bedroom level of Twisted Metal 4. Oh my god, yeah. Oof. Who the... Metalcore Collectibles. The modular parking garage is just an insane idea. I don't even know what problem I'd be solving with that. I think the parking garage as is, it works. It works decently. I try not to make things too modular on a granular level just because a big part of what I'm trying to do with Trinity City is keep the modularity at an easy to build level. So you can just take some parts, slap them together, and play a game. You don't have to fiddle with each individual tiny piece. Sorry, I thought I had slapped some paint onto a half-painted model there, and I was worried about it. But I hadn't. It was just a funny angle. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Okay, here we got from Wolverine DH. My DIY battle mat has arrived. I always like seeing Wolverine stuff. First of all, I need to take this truck ears and put some of the unseen mechs that I've done on there. That's a great idea. We talked about a little while ago, and I think the Bushman would fit on there very nicely. This is... a lot of this stuff are details that Wolverine has added in, a number of things that Wolverine has also sculpted. These walls were some of the very first things that I made and posted to Thingiverse. Nice. On the custom battle map, I like it. I like it with the sort of the worn roads and the craters and everything, the sort of Martian, and then you've got, it looks like a landing pad over here for a big old dropship. But yeah, I made these very, very early on, and he's done some custom work here, like for this part here that makes this little sort of hangar bay. But I made these actually originally for Cav Strike Ops, complete with the little slide-in doors and everything, and the earliest version of my wall connectors. And Wolverine's been using them the whole damn time. I just like seeing the random crap that I made to learn to put on Thingiverse early. I just like seeing people getting some use out of it. Trinity City Pro, win! Trinity City Pro, that's the one where, yeah, you're gonna have to build the streets out of single hex blocks, but it'll be completely customizable. Because I hate my customers. Well, this actually is a very nice custom mat that you got made here, man. And I think that you had it made specifically to fit this base setup. Yeah. Because all the lines line up and everything. There's a landing pad for the dropship. There's two doors here, and there's two little pads coming out of it. Really, really nicely done. Yeah, some jangly guitar in there, right, Roland? That fucking, the bar, what do you call it? Los Compadres or whatever? That Alex took her to? With the bar stools that are fucking saddles? That's insane. That's absolute madness. Space Texas. Ask when we're getting 10mm Trinity City, but Cat Boss has to announce that. That's right. And I'm pretty excited about that. Wolverine, thank you for sharing these with us, man. That's a nice looking battle mat. I'd like to know where you got it from. And, yeah, that's right, because he's like, oh, there's a Compadres on Palace Station, and we should check it out. And so he's just like, I don't want to eat there. I don't want to go there. It's like going to Taco Bell. I would be interested to know how you did the image, how you lined it up with your actual base, and who you got to make it, because that worked out really nicely. Here we have from Kursala, this thing is so much more massive than I ever thought it would be. That's, you know what, I don't need to make that joke. That joke makes itself. For reference, it's technically on loan for now. Anyway, that Photon Mono X, that is a good size print plate you got there. Awesome for scale. I don't need the Elegoo Saturn. I want The Elegoo set. Thank you, Azri. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going for. I want the Elegoo Saturn. That's going to be my next resin upgrade, certainly. Thank you so much for the reminder, White Wolf. Well, I can't wait to see what you roll off at Kursala. Yeah, the Mono X is indeed huge. Coming down, coming down, coming down. Here we have from Jack, and I'm excited about this. Maker's Cult Valor Core, totally not an armored sentinel. Yeah, I like this. It definitely has like a Star Wars feel to it. In the way that it's put together. Like, it kind of... It echoes the ATST more than the Sentinel already did. But as far as being an armored Sentinel, as in like actually enclosing the pilot's compartment, I like this kind of narrow profile with the little widening out here about where the pilot's elbows would be. Yeah, it's a lot like an AT-DP. The unarmored looks like an AT-RT. Oh, he kind of like rides on it? Okay, that's kind of cool though. Yeah, the legs are almost one for one exactly like the Sentinel, except for the feet. The feet are different, but yeah, these parts, like, I've disassembled enough Sentinel legs to put on Dreadnoughts, which, by the way, is an awesome conversion. Yeah, these are like one-to-one the original parts from the Sentinel, but that also helps to sell that this is, in fact, the Sentinel, because you recognize the working parts and then the armored compartment, you're like, oh, okay, that's a Sentinel from 40k. Yeah, I get it. For the Commissar who really wants to hit the enemy with their close combat weapon. Yeah, the open compartment, right? The missile pod is a nice touch on here. I like that. That's a nice print. Which resin printer are you running now, Jack, by the way? I see your Mando helmet over here. I see it. Jack is running the Sunlu S8 large printer, the same one that, God, I still need to dig in and put in that new board. I have not done that. I spent the last week dealing with my Ender 3 V2 that hasn't been working, so I haven't really had the time to work on the S8. But once the S8 is up and running, I need to pop a Mando helmet on for myself, as well as a few other things. I'll tell you what I really want to print. What I really want to print is a full-size helmet to fit on my gargantuan cranium of the original Doom guy from Doom 1 and 2. I want that helmet. I've wanted that helmet since I was a kid. I'm gonna have to do some work and sculpt it myself, but whatever. That's no problem. No, White Wolf. No, we're not. I'm not singing that. We're not doing that. Have you seen the Anvil Digital Forge Patreon light mech? The one that's super customizable for Godarung? I have. That is definitely an interesting one. Doomslayer Mark 1 helmet. Oh, fuck yeah. I'd like to do all the Doomslayer helmets, but I really want to do that classic Doom Marine helmet. Really nice looking prints you got there, Jack. I love those Maker's Cult files. The whole Patreon model is so interesting to me. There are so many files available now. Love my FDM printer, but it has a 200 by 180mm build plate. Keep finding awesome things that require 200 by 200. Yeah, a lot of things are sized to the, like the Ender 3. Because the Ender 3 is a very common printer, Osri. Get into 3D print. Oh, here we have from Carbonic Acid. Get into 3D printing, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Go big or go home, they said. Get a Mono X, they said. Have more models than possible to paint. Have more models than possible to paint, I have now. Turn into Yoda, you did. Yeah, this is a very real problem. I know that I told myself that, yeah, that means it'll never get done. Yeah. Still pissed that the collector's edition of Doom 2016 got scalped hard. I wanted one because it had the helmet with it. Well, luckily, Sumitha, we live in a magical world of 3D printing where, damn it, we can make anything we want. I told myself when I got the Elegoo Mars in particular that it was going to, from now on, I didn't have to give in to the urge to be like, I better buy this model now because it won't be available. I better buy this model now and just hang on to it. Because once I had the file, I could just hold on to it, and I would print it when I was ready to paint it. That turned out to be one of the biggest loads of bullshit just ever. Just complete nonsense. My pile of shame is bigger than ever. Thankfully, I pay less for my pile of shame than I ever have before. So, technically, progress was made. Khajiit has paint if you have coin. Yeah, Gear Falcon. The reason for that is I haven't found BT files that I really like. There are a few different BT7274 files out there for free. There's one set that's paid that's really nice. I haven't paid for it. And I've always got something on the printers, so finding time for things is... yeah, it's a struggle. Indus 3 has become standard for sizing files for everything that isn't like armor. Yeah, basically everything's short of cosplay. Jack. Looks like a box destined to become an after-school program for troubled children. Save the community center. Paint some models. Well, it's a nice pile of Shane carbonic acid. It's you know, all mechs, which is at least cool. And technically, you don't have to paint them. You can just, honestly, if you take those and you glue them down to hex bases, they're already cooler. They're already cooler than having paper standees. And that has to be worth something. Print more terrain than I'll ever do more than Prime, but I cannot stop. Yeah, it's like, it costs so little. I understand the pain. Saturn only gets fired up when fine detail is needed. Ooh, I want that Saturn. I want that Saturn. I can't justify it yet because I don't regularly push the printing capacity of the Mars, and I feel like I should reach that point before I actually get something bigger. Crossbow Roof, you have a fantastic night, my friend. Thank you for being here. Always good to see you. Oh shit, we got a wall of text from White Wolf. Alright, let's do this. You have the paid one. Is it nice, Gear Falcon? I haven't really looked closer at it. That's true, but that's also not a problem. Like, I don't find myself thinking, man, my Mars print's too slow, because I just started overnight and it's done with whatever I need by the time I get up, pretty much every time. Must be time for a submission from White Wolf or Sumatha. Nope. It's from a fox. With just over a week to go on Greg the Salt Miner's one brush challenge. So I should probably get started on that. Vigiart 0.3mm airbrush. I choose you. Here we have a Reaper miniature. Here we have Reaper miniatures. Queen of Hell, primed in pink, followed by red and then purple. So far I'm happy with where things are, although I'm not quite sure how I'll keep the momentum going, but I'm going to give it a whirl either way. That's the spirit. Seems different from the norm for me to go with a female mini, but I rather liked her wings as well as pose and expression, plus she was already cleaned and assembled. King of Hell doesn't appeal to me as much, and is still in his blister unassembled. Seems odd that for someone who absolutely loves his metallics to choose an airbrush due to limitations. You can do metallics through an airbrush, it can definitely be done. But if you think I'm deep cleaning those tiny flakes out of my airbrush, screw that. Okay, fair enough. What? Were you expecting MDF, an LAV, or a tank? I mean, a little bit. Nope, none of that for the moment. What are the plans for her colors past the obvious red and purples? I'm thinking dark steel or obsidian as an inspiration for her blade, horns, and hooves. I like that. Some blues are a good choice. Possibly an orange to blue fade for her hair. That could be nice. For her armor, I'm thinking something resembling steel with blues and purples for the cloth. As for her skin, I'm torn between going with a more vibrant orange-red and that classic demon darker red. If I do go with a rather tempting orange-red skin, I'll probably switch up to some sort of silver to purple fade for her hair. That could be cool. Don't have a clue what colors to go with for the scabbard yet. Thanks to Tealseeker and KD Lynch over in the Brunch Coven Discord. So it's the Brush Coven, but I'm going to call it the Brunch Coven from now on, because honestly, I like that better. For their generous assistance with a number of things. I had initially posted a combined pick, but I'm liking her so much she's getting both of my submission picks. Swear it has nothing to do with her providing me with a baker's dozen of my favorite cookies and cupcakes. I'm really liking the wings. Yeah, the purple to red is a nice transition. And definitely using cooler colors for the horns, hooves, and blade. It gives you a nice 1, 2, 3. You can do similarly for the scabbard. Maybe mix in a green over here. I think green would be good. It looks like it has kind of a scaly texture to it. Maybe do it like a dragon skin scabbard or something like that. Lovely transition on the wings. And yeah, you're doing all airbrush for this, yeah? Well, if you're not willing to clean out the metal flakes, at least it'll give you some time to practice using non-metallics through the airbrush. And this is, I think, using the airbrush for the one brush challenge is a particularly interesting take on it. Very much looking forward to seeing what you come up with. It's looking good so far. I think you could get away with doing even more color variation here in the wings. They have such a nice texture to them. Just by angling the brush, you can kind of catch these raised bits. I think it's hard to tell without actually having it in hand. Well, you added in the advice requested. I mean, at the point that it is here, it's hard to add too much advice. Consider using like an aqua or a teal, maybe as a fade for the blade, you know? It's everything that I want to do. I'm like, okay, so take a brush and do some texture, but that's not the point. This is all airbrushing. I don't do that much airbrushing, White Wolf. I use my airbrush mostly for priming, for doing zenithal highlights, and then for laying down things like glazes and filters. Detail is definitely a bit trickier, but I think that if you did like a purple to teal fade somewhere in here, or maybe brought it from purple at the base out to teal towards the tip, or maybe caught the edge of the blade down here with kind of a teal, I just feel like that would be a decent color combination. I like this red that you have going on up here in front. And yeah, I would use similar colors for the blade, for this here, for her little demon bra and her horns, certainly. And then you could maybe do like a deep green for her hair and her scabbard. Or you could do green, 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 blue, purple, blue, purple, blue, purple. That would create a nice balance to each of those colors. Use yours for priming? Why, you chose it to do this challenge. Well, I'm definitely interested to see where you land with this paint job. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll spend a little bit more time looking at it, see if I can come up with some better ideas when I'm not. Once I've had a little more thought on the subject. You could definitely deepen your shadows a little bit more. Well, the light is shining on them and it's reflecting and glaring into the camera, so that might not be accurate because they look much more dark over on this side than they do over here. I'll give it some thought for you, White Wolf, see if I can't come up with some more suggestions. Also wound up reposting photos, even if rear wings are somewhat more overexposed. Now, yeah, that's the problem I'm having, because landscape mode just shows more overall. Won't comment on the multiple edits of that previous wall of text. Hey, you know, sometimes you just gotta go back and revise. Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us, White Wolf, and yeah, I'll see if I can come up with some interesting ideas for you to work in there. Here we have from Manro Fasol, first bust print on the new Ender 3, got it from Thingiverse. The Ender 3 is capable of a surprising amount of detail, and that is a lovely looking print. What filament did you use, and what layer height setting are you going with for this Manro Fasol? I've seen a few people print this bust in resin and paint it. It's very nice. Particularly the fact that the ears, like, this is the braid detail here, the fletching on the arrows, and the ear are the parts that I would be most worried about not coming out on something like an Ender 3. You must have used some fairly fine detail on this, but this came out absolutely lovely. For a first bust print, you got your settings dialed in real nice. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, redrew the Corset? Corset? I think that's what that would be. Corset, yeah, sure, why the hell not? An Age of War machine massing 65 tons with the biggest AC-10 you've ever seen in official art. Yeah, they tend to make the AC-10 surprisingly small. But then I think that the art came first with a lot of those mechs. Look for the official art at your own risk. Well, now I'm curious because I don't know what the hell the official art looks like. This is a mech that I'm not familiar with at all. I like its feet. Its feet remind me of the MWO Centurion with the side toes. He's got grabby feet. Well, it's a damn good looking revision. I am going to have to go look at... Oh, he's got like a shield on this arm too. I am going to have to go look at the original art because I don't have anything mentally to compare it to. 2mm and just knockbox. Knockbox? Is knockbox a word? Is that a brand? Is that a phrase? Knockbox? A hatchbox? Maybe? Was that an autocorrect issue? It has no toes in the official art. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go take a look at it then. No toes at all is an odd choice. Toes exist mechanically for a very, very good reason and have a lot to do with how we can balance on our feet kind of at all. Well, it's nice to see some more mech work coming out of your Project Dark Fox. Nicely done. I will have to go compare that to the original art to get an idea for the changes that you actually made. Here we have from Squared, playing around with the new Mark Forged Metal X at the local makerspace. First part came out of the sintering furnace today. I haven't fooled around with metal printers like at all. Interesting. Knockbox is something you use alongside an espresso machine in order to clear your brewing basket thingy. That's a weird place to get filament from. Oh, here's a link. Here's a link to the Corset. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, it just has completely... Holy shit, that is the biggest AC-10 in the fucking world. That's bigger than its torso. Why is that an AC-10? It should be like an AC-30, AC-40. It has vents of it. It looks like a fusion engine that just happens to be mounted to its shoulder. It also only has 2 fingers, one big fat thumb and then just a finger. Okay, Project Dark Fox, I like the changes that you made. That is definitely an improvement. Hatchbox, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Hatchbox is nice. Hatchbox is really, really nice filament. So we got, you just print out your own bottle opener, huh? That's pretty cool. You could dig that. Never noticed them. Yeah, it's got one big finger for all 4 regular fingers and then one just strangely giant thumb. I haven't touched, I think that I do have a makerspace in Denver somewhat nearby, but I have not been there. Obviously, over the course of the last year, I've been mostly avoiding places like that anyway. But I know that metal printing is definitely becoming a thing, and it's something that I'd like to take a look at. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, I don't know how long it's going to be until consumer models are available, but I'm very, very interested in the process. Prints in your choice of stainless steel, tool steel, or copper. Ooh, that's really quite cool. I want to hold it in my hand. I want to see what that feels like. Feel the weight of it, you know, because it looks so much like just printed plastic. Maybe I'll have to check and see if I have one available to me. Nice looking print square. Thank you for sharing that little bit of tech with us today. Here we have from Soda Addict, put some highlights on the guard from last time, and man, it brought him together nice. Couple quick edge highlights in here, a couple quick ones. Oh yeah, this is just a... It's just a quality, basic Cadian guardsman in like the most basic Imperial Guard paint scheme. And man, there's something to be said for being simple and effective. Good highlight job overall. Nice edges. Interested to see... Yeah, it should be solid steel. Cadia stands. The planet broke before the guard did, damn it. I think the khaki came out nice. It's well highlighted. The shadows are good. I like this shadow under the knee here. And this one down here deep in this fold. All it really needs now is a little bit of interest on the base, and that could be real simple. Dry brush some... I would think some maybe red browns, like a rust brown I would dry brush this with. And then maybe stick on like 1 or 2 kind of scraggly tufts of something, or even just a tactical rock could be pretty good. Just a little bit more interest to the base, an excuse to work in some slightly brighter colors, and it's a damn fine looking Cadian you got there. Really nice work on the Death's Head. Last time I painted Guardsmen, which admittedly was a long time ago, I remember I struggled with these because the detail on them is really soft. These are also a great example of how deep and sharp the detail has been on Games Workshop and Citadel models for a long time. They're very, very painter-friendly. It's one of the best things about Games Workshop. Yeah, Heavy Metal called, they need you for the next Cadian army. You and a whole army to paint the some 1,000 fucking Guardsmen they're going to need for their next diorama setup. Going for a mud base, got to make it more interesting. In that case, definitely take a look at like a red rust brown. You can do a really cool sort of muddy, glorpy, oxidized iron effect with that. I've got a mud. I did like this nasty bone and muck-filled mud base for the undead that I did for Rune Wars miniatures. And in fact, Soda Addict, if you ping me on Discord and remind me, I'll share some pictures of that with you and you can see what I did with that. Because that came out really nice. Courtesy of Pro Acrylic Paints. Can't talk today. Bright neutral gray is the best white base ever. Yeah, I love their grays. Rest in peace, Rune Wars. Goddamn, that was an amazing game. Really nicely done, Soda Addict. Here we have from Shock21, continuing my paint experimenting, this time with dry brushing. Glad to hear it. Brushed white onto the black part and then back over it with black. I think it made it look slightly better than straight black. Then I did the almost anything looks better than straight black, to be fair. And then I did the opposite on the white part. Not sure that came out as well. On the colored parts, I went with the same color that seemed to partially help with the mess I got from the wash. last week. Don't have a lot of colors in my collection yet, so my next step is to try lightening the colors and dry brush with that to see how it comes out. Yeah, black is tricky. When you're painting black, you don't really want... You want black in the deepest recesses and, like, in the deepest shadows, and almost everywhere else you want gray. And honestly, you could get away with, like, a high gray dry brush on this, because some of the best blacks I've ever seen come all the way up to a really, really high gray on the top edges. Black is just... It's a tricky color to paint. Black and white are two of the hardest colors to paint. For me, it's like black, white, yellow... red, and then everything past that is similarly simple. Yellow is definitely a challenge, and then yeah, black and white. I struggle with red just because I tend to bring it all the way up to orange. And I'll think it looks really good, and then I'll take an hour and I'll come back to it and go, well, this isn't actually red anymore. What have I done? God, I miss Rune Wars. Jack, I miss Rune Wars, dude. That's how Jack and I met. I wound up through Rune Wars, and then when I was down in Florida, I drove my ass over to Jack's friendly local game store, and we set up and we played some Dakan against Wycar. God, those were good times, man. That was right when the whatchamacallits, the unit upgrades, the like squad leader upgrades had just come out. Yeah, that's right. You knew my cousin. You knew my cousin who worked at Disney and Universal Studios down there, and we discovered that. That was an odd series of events, wasn't it? Have to remember to shade red down to red-brown or red-black. Helps me avoid over-highlighting and turning pink or orange. Yeah, Songwind, that's actually something that I learned fairly recently. I asked... It was my cousin's wife. You knew Emily. I recently asked Brush for Hire how he does his reds, because he's got some really lovely reds, and I've been trying to do more lately, and what he does that I've been trying is, instead of starting with your darkest and working up to your highest, start with the highest red that you want, a true red, that you don't want to go any pinker or any oranger than, and then shade down into your shadows. Like you said, down to red-brown or red-black. Sort of reverse it, and that way your reds stay nice and vivid. Use flesh tones to highlight red instead of white, keeps it from getting pink. Yeah, I use, I tend to veer more orange for the reds I've been doing lately, but then I've been doing a lot of superheroes, and that works pretty well for them. Well, the experimentation seems to be coming along. This is a great idea, by the way, is just take some models and play with techniques on them instead of trying them on models who actually want to look good. Now, are you, I know that your paint collection is limited, but again, strongly advise getting some washes other than the Vallejo game washes. They're just not very good products. They, you end up fighting them more than you want to. White is another tricky one. For white, consider using, like, some cool blue grays, and start fairly dark. With white, you can have some really, really deep shadows, and it just sort of sells. You have your actual white paint, only on, like, a couple of teeny tiny little highlights. A couple of teeny tiny little highlights on the very, very highest points. And that will read as white much, much better. You taking off, Jack? Well, thank you so much for being here, man. Always good to see you, my friend. You have a great night. Best way to paint white is to paint off-white and put incredibly dark colors directly next to it. This is also true, We're the Gamers. Just generally speaking, if you're painting black or painting white, you don't want to use actual black or white very much. You want to use it very sparingly and in very, very few places. I'm glad to see your experimentation coming along, though, Shock21. Next up on this is more dry brushing, then move on to figuring out highlighting. Well, it is a pleasure to watch you work through the process, Shock21. Here we have from Reaps15. Right, that's right, Reaps14. God, I'm stupid. It's XIV, not XVI. This is the most terrifying mushroom man I may have ever seen. Look at its horrid tryptophobic face. Oh, and this one, it has like the body of a child, but then it has like a beard and like a Shy Guy thing going on here, and then there's another face up on the mushroom cap? Oh, yeah, I figured Riot Sister would get into this. What's going on here? All these faces are horrifying. Strawberry skull thing. Yeah, I think it's like a... It's some... I assume it's some kind of fungal stalk or something. Mandrake. Okay. I like how this one, it almost has hair in the form of what these... I assume that these are much like the... What are these ribs called? These... The parts under the cap that distribute spores. I can't remember what they're called, but it's like it has some of those as almost like a beard, and then these horrid tendrils growing out that are almost like hair. They're just called gills. I am rendered deeply uncomfortable by this piece of art, and yet simultaneously very, very impressed by it. The texturing is really quite nice, because a lot of fungus grow these little holes like this. They grow little passageways. And seeing them resemble a face, but not actually be a face, makes me think that this is a fungus that wants to infect me and then use me to infect other people. It's just the impression I get. Balancing on its fingertips, with its hard little feet. It does say, don't do shrooms, or maybe do a bunch of shrooms and then do some art about shrooms. Wow. Reaps, this is pretty fucking cool, man. This is some really inspired work here. If this is the sort of work you do, I would love to see some more of this. Wow. What people can do just sitting around, like, sketching, makes me feel... It makes me wish I'd started doing 2D art and sketching, like, years and years ago, but I'm way behind at this point. Way behind. Desperately want to sculpt this in ZBrush. Do it, We're the Gamers. That would be fucking badass. Entirely new here, but the name's Ryu. Pleasure to meet y'all. Well, Ryu, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. Ooh, dig your style. Oh, this is pretty cool. Punky little outfits. We got a pink gun over here. We have a casually slung rocket launcher. Homeboy here has like a pocket watch with an eyeball on it. Here we have a wrench that I question how you remove it from your belt. It must be elastic. Really, a unique style. I like the angle to your faces. I like these little sharp chins. It gives them, it reminds me of, yeah, this is still Reaps. What was the cartoon? The style reminds me, not exactly, obviously, but it reminds me a little bit in the way certain proportions are exaggerated of Aeon Flux. The 14 is obviously significant. We got 14 here, 14 here, 14 here, here. Oof. This makes me wish that I was like an actual artist. I just paint minis. Wow. Reaps, Ryu, thank you so much for sharing this with us today. Yeah, please. Please share more. This is fucking fantastic. You do some very, very interesting work, and I, like, if someone handed these two pieces of art to me, my reaction would be, I'd like to see more of this person's portfolio. Yeah, maybe post your socials over in the Discord. I'd love to follow you if you're on, like, Instagram or something like that, man. Yeah. Definitely ask We're the Gamers, because I love his work. Here we have, from Cyber Knight, something new for the Oryx instead of the endless, small, hard-to-notice iterations. This time we have a new weapon entirely. At this point, we've got designs for most of the common weapons, but there's still a handful we haven't gotten around to, like the plasma rifle. This one actually had us stumped for a while, but eventually we settled on a branch off our flamer aesthetic. The idea of a squarish barrel combined with a protective cowling and plentiful cooling apparatus. I like the look of this one. I like that this kind of breaks the overall aesthetic of the Oryx having those angled weapons, so you could have two Oryx next to each other with different loadouts that wind up having very different profiles. Yeah, I dig this. We got a cowling here, some sort of like energy fin dealy in here, maybe just cooling fins. I'm guessing that's what this is meant to be. The actual barrel coming out, another piece of cowling with some vents. Some tubes, some circle parts, some line parts. You know what I mean. Those of you who do 3D design, you know what I mean. Put a circle here, put a line there. That's a pipe, that's a tube. Hell yeah. It gives it a very, very different profile, and I like how it's been combined with the little quad lasers on the front there. The front half/barrel end came together in just a couple hours, but the back end kicked our asses for a while. Sometimes you just need to stare at it for a while until where the line is supposed to be really comes together. Very nicely done. Cyber Knight, again, the proprietor of Metalcore Collectibles. If you are in the market for some 6mm sci-fi, that's definitely a shop that you want to check out. Some amazing stuff that are usable as proxies for Battletech, as well as just on their own, if you like. Here we have from Gear Falcon. So this is the D&D mini I printed and painted, really struggling with flesh. Yeah, okay, so your flesh so far is registering as very yellow. Now, it depends on what you're trying to go for, but I will say that your hair already has kind of a warm yellowish tinge to it, and then you've got an off-white here and these sort of bandages wrapped around here. You probably want to differentiate these a little bit more. Flesh is complicated. It can have a lot of different colors in it. Consider starting with maybe a more livid tone, something with some more purples and reds in it, and then working up towards sort of a pale yellowish highlight. Yes, some greens would be good. You don't have any green really anywhere on the model, but in the shadows of the cheeks, the shadows of the temples, those are good places to work in greens for flesh tones. I would say think outside the box on this one. Go for greens, reds, purples. And you'd probably have better luck. Oh my god, what just happened? Run, Riser Slip, coming in hot with the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. We are here at Thunderhead Studio just going through the section that we do at the last part of every stream, known as the Storm Reports. One Riser Slip. I don't think that I'm following you, am I? Let me see. Or did I follow you last time? No, god, I hear my own voice in the background. Okay, stop that. Bam. Miniature gaming, collecting, converting. Well, you just got yourself a follow, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. And again, welcome in, Raiders. We do this at the end of every stream. People post pictures to the Discord of their own creative endeavors, their own art, their own painted minis, and we take the time 3 times a week to go ahead and go over it and kind of try to keep up with everybody. And sometimes we even kind of succeed. Yeah, greens and purples. You've got so much red, I'm thinking greens and purples are the direction you're going to want to go for your skin tone. Very yellow right now, and it's blending in with some other parts. I will go ahead and tell you, though, Gear Falcon, flesh is complicated, so don't feel bad if it's a little bit confusing. I would almost, like, start with a nice pale flesh tone and then wash it green until you get the shadows that you want. Green counteracts red in the make. Yeah, green, well, it's a complementary color. It's on the opposite side of the color wheel. And in fact, if you're ever in doubt for what color to pick to push colors around it, get yourself a color wheel and learn how to use triads and complementary colors. Because if you're like, I got something that's red and I need to do some shadows on it, just go to the opposite side of the color wheel. Boom, green. There you are. Work in some green. Probably need more colors for paint. I don't know how many colors you've got, Gear Falcon, but don't think that, like, I know that on my paint rack here that people see sometimes I've got, like, over 150 paints. You don't need over 150 paints. 99
bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
If you got the one, Gear Falcon, with the little, ooh, Practical Zaku, you know what? I'm going to do one more. Thank you for the reminder. Painting some xenomorphs from your new board game. Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. Every meal's a banquet. God damn it, I love the Corps. You only have one purple. There's nothing wrong with that. If you've got one of every primary color, you should be able to mix anything that you need for the most part. It's a little bit more complex than having the paint by numbers approach where you just have all these shades and hues, but it can certainly be done. Here we have from Mikey Mike, put some base coats down on my mechs, nowhere close to being finished. I rather like that green, I have to say though. Paint doesn't look too thick? Hey man, that's an achievement. That's like the most common critique. That is the most common thing to say to people who, just painters in general. The most common mistake to make. You wind up having to say, thin your paints. Actually, looks like you thinned them pretty decently. Those are some nice, clean base coats. And it looks like you're doing a little bit of the checkerboard pattern on the awesome, which I like. Practical Zaku, thank you for the reminder. Let me go ahead and fix my lumbar support here. Exactly, Azri. Got a purple, add a little gray, got a lavender, add a little blue, you got a violet. Use that color wheel that you've got, can help you figure out what colors to add as well. If it's the one with the little rotating piece of the little extra wheels on it where you can sort of put things in windows, yeah, follow it. It's an amazing resource. The color wheel I also got with my airbrush, and I have been using it constantly for the last few years. What's going on back here? Is that... Who is that? Is that Carnage? Is that Atrocitus? It could be either of those people. It's Carnage, okay. I was gonna say, it looks like either Carnage or the fact that it was all red made me think maybe Atrocitus. But then I thought to myself, who the fuck even makes an Atrocitus mug? Who would buy that? So yeah, Carnage makes more sense. Cranage? Yeah, good old Cranage. Little good-looking base coats, Mikey Mike, and thank you for sharing with us today. Coming down. Here we have from Sumatha, a little Operation Lancaster preview for you. The aerospace fighters of the Dreadnought Battle Corps are properly mean machines, with each of the 4 designs, 3 of which participated in Operation Lancaster itself, having a significant and different specialization. Thunderhead even commented that the Steel Cobra heavy aerospace fighter, the type pictured here, looks like it's packing excessive firepower, and well, it does. Here we see Black Flight 2, a pair of 2 Steel Cobras getting ready for takeoff from a captured spaceport. Matt Plog does what he does so well, in this case, depicting the design that I commissioned Jason Spikerman to create based on old art of mine. Yeah, it's a heavy fighter. It's a heavy fucking fighter with a whole unreasonable number of guns. I love that we got a close... Like, I love the overall profile of this, but the fact that he does these close-in shots, we got these sort of landing running lights reflecting glare into the viewpoint of the viewer, into the camera that doesn't exist because this is two-dimensional art. He did the Dreadnought Battle Corps logo over here. This guy down here looking like he's about ready to be sucked into the intake of one of those giant engines. I imagine that he's frantically waving him off, like, you're driving right into me, dude. Please don't hit me with your giant fucking aircraft. And this guy's saluting like, I can't hear what you're saying. J.J. Abrams would be proud. Oh, Zaku, that just makes me sad, man. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Bill Paxton. We're in some real pretty shit now, man. One Riser Slip posts to the Storm Report close when we start to do the actual Storm Report each week. But I'll tell you what, right after the stream, which will be here in just a little bit, I purge the channel and I start the new one. So if you would like to get one in for the next Storm Report, which will be on Tuesday, you can post tonight. It's like the steamroller in Austin Powers. No! Get out of the way! Bill Paxton, the only man to get killed by an alien, a predator, and a Terminator. Even if one of those was the least of the films. I didn't like Predator 2. What can I say? I'm not a fan of Predator 2. And now for another round of checking out the details in the cover art by Alan Blackwell for Operation Lancaster. Checking out the jumping Hammer High, originally named Hammerhead. I mean, it's the Hammerhead, I don't give a shit. In the far right upper corner of the piece, a great design by Cyber Knight Metalcore Collectibles, should be said. This Dreadnought Battle Corps liveried Hammerhead happens to be piloted by a member of a mercenary unit that was wiped out early in the Word of Blake Jihad, known as the Hounds of Artemis. Many of the members of the unit joined up with the Dreadnought Battle Corps and Defense Corps following the destruction of the Hounds of Artemis as an entity. Years later, during Operation Lancaster, as the Dreadnought Battle Corps acted as the tip of the spear for the Lancaster Coalition, nearly all of the former Hounds of Artemis soldiers had the emblem of their old unit proudly painted on their mechs, tanks, aerospace fighters, or even on their body armor in the case of infantry. I actually got mine tattooed on my ass. Funny story. Where was I? Hounds of Artemis and their emblem are a creation of a friend of mine that goes by Grayson Sortex / Ostego Electric. Ooh. I love the arcing PPC blast and the sense of motion in this jumping mech. Also beneficial that we got to see the cockpit design, which was partially obscured in the TRO art by Matt Plog. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, you can see here, it's jump jitting up. And yeah, I haven't really looked that close at the PPC, but all these individual little lightning bolts coming out of it is a nice touch. It is. It has an incredible dynamism to it. The fact that it is, since it's jumping, naturally it's sort of tilted downward, and then its weapons have tilted upward to maintain sort of like level with the deck, you know? Yeah, Predator 2 was not a great... Like, Arnold didn't want to be in Predator 2. And at the time, Arnold was really, like, he was writing his own check. He was deciding what movies he was going to be in or not be in. And his response to that was, I don't think a Predator in the City is going to be a good movie. Datron Voltari, that is condemnation by faint praise. The current run of Predator movies are such utter shit that saying, oh, this is better than what we got now, that's the old, you know, a kick in the nuts sure beats a poke in the eye. I prefer neither for the most part. Get into the next Storm Report. Gotta hit the hay. One riser slip. You have a fantastic night, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream, and I hope you have a great night. It's the second best Predator movie. Yeah, because everything else is terrible, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Aliens vs. Predator was a lovely way to escape my parents on Christmas. That doesn't make it a good movie, White Wolf. Also, this might be heresy. I kind of liked Aliens vs. Predator Requiem. It wasn't great. It definitely had a scene that told me a lot more about the fetishes of the writer than I ever wanted to know. I think you probably know the one that I'm talking about. It's one of the most disturbing visuals, like, ever. But I like that it was rated R, and so they actually did some violence in it. That was a nice touch. Plus, it was set in a town not far from where I grew up, which was an entertaining thought for me, imagining those people being torn apart by predators and aliens. Yeah, Look What the Cat Dragged In is the second best Poison album, and that doesn't mean it's good. Also, way to date yourself, Songwind. It really is fantastic art, though, Sumatha, and thank you for sharing that plug business with us today. Here we have from Vergatarung. Danger Zone. Hoo boy, I am excited. Lights are a bit dimmer than I'd like, but I don't think I can change that. The dice tower works and the door is held on with magnets. I think it'll appear brighter once you paint all the parts that aren't supposed to be lit up. Because, like, right now it's hard to tell that you can kind of tell that it's lit up. But once you've painted all the other parts dark, the lit up parts are going to stand out a whole lot more. This dice tower is fucking crazy. This is out of control. Oh, God, don't get him started. Don't get him started. So, for those of you who don't know, Vergatarung designed and has been printing this Union dropship dice tower that is internally lit with LEDs that are going to show out of these windows, and then you pop this cap off right here and you drop some dice in. I know, he's watching some doofy fucking streamer back here. Who watches people paint on Twitch? What the hell is that? I love this. What you did here, Verg. The dual-wielding Battlemaster, that's so hot. That's some good business right there. And we have our Kursala Orion down here kicking some ass. We're getting ready to anyway. Ooh, and look, something I made. It's the hills. I love this. What static grass is this that you used, Verg? Where did you get this white? I haven't really looked, but I'd love to get some more exotic colors. And a little teaser. Dice go in, randomness comes. I told you that ramp is going to fire those dice like bullets. Look at them. They come out hot. It looks like you can fit as large as a casino die in there. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, I'm going to wind up having to... I don't even know... I've got one dice tower in my game room right now, and it is a... what is it? It's a Death Star turbo laser tower that I made by hand out of foam core and plasticard like 5 years ago. It's the only dice tower that I have right now. It's all like... Now, here's something you might want to consider. Vergatarung. Dice towers made of plastic are loud. And what's really, really nice to be able to do is to pad the steps inside with a little bit of felt. Yeah, you were there when I was putting that together, We're the Gamers. If you were to make the central core of the dice tower, the functional part, in two pieces that you could like if it was split in half and had some tabs so that you could take it apart and put it back together, then you could pad the steps with felt easily and have a nice quiet roll. Also, you'd have a place to break it apart when you inevitably jam some dice in there, which is just something that happens periodically with Dice Tower. Make a corral with spaceport debris. Oh, that'll be cool. Here we have from Kursala. Haven't gotten to play it yet, but here's the setup for our next round. It's going to be me, Battlemaster, Locust, Wolfhound Commando, Vedette, Saracen, Hetzer, and Harasser versus Data Nerd, with a Spacehawk, Demolisher, Scimitar, and Tiny Hands with a Hunchback, Demolisher, and Bulldog. My goal is to successfully drive them out of this comm center. And there's lots of hills for line-of-sight shenanigans. Ooh-wee. Oh, those are some very nice-looking buildings you've got there. I see that we're adding radar dishes to things seemingly at random. Oh, it's a good-looking map. 2-map setup. Be very interested to see how this comes out. Kursala has been playtesting some modified mech battle rules lately to get something that's a little bit smoother playing than classic BattleTech, but not as... I feel like Alpha Strike is too smooth. Alpha Strike removes too much from CBT, and I'm very interested to see how that comes out. I'm gonna assume that this is a reference to The Last Airbender, based on the art style. I haven't actually watched Avatar, but I feel like this is in reference to that. I'm Captain America in the first Avengers right now, who's just oblivious to the references going on around him. I mean, I get this one. There's the Bernie meme. The rest of this is a little odd. Like, I don't know who should be sitting here normally. I know, I get that a lot, White Wolf. People, you gotta watch Avatar, and then you gotta watch Korra, and then you gotta watch fucking Full Metal Alchemist, and something else, and I haven't watched any of them. I watched Voltron Legendary Defender. That's kind of in the same realm. I think the same animators did it. You know, that's got to be worth something, right? Either way, the Bernie memes are coming fast and hard, and I'm loving just about every single one of them. Here we have from Colonel Matthew Steiner. Ooh. Now, is this a particular paint scheme? Because I don't think I've seen many, what I'm assuming are Jade Falcon paint schemes that implement red in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, these are drop zone I've actually got a bunch of these. I printed them out and stuck them to foam core. I have a bunch of them. That was before I started 3D printing. Omega Galaxy from the Dark Age. Okay, so this is not a paint scheme that I see very often, but it is an official one. I thought that if Colonel Matthew Steiner was doing it, it was probably a canon paint scheme. I love the red, particularly on the feet, because the bases are kind of drab. They're just a deep brown texture with a little bit of color variation, but separating them from the black of the legs with the bright red feet helps to give interest to both parts and separate them entirely from the green upper bodies, which are very nice. Woo, those are so many bird mechs. The red is the spite. Oh, the red is their spite about some clan they kicked some butts. About some clan they kicked some butts of. Some clan who kicked their butt? I don't know. We colored them red because we kicked their asses so hard they bled all over. Oh god, that's a horrible mental image. Do mech STLs work pretty well on FDM printers, or do you need resin? Songwin, it can be done. I have several 6mm battle mechs that I printed successfully on the Ender 3. You want to angle them leaning very, very far back for the most part, so that their chest and features you're going to see a lot are towards the top. And you're going to want to turn on support interfacing so that their supports are easy to remove. The backs of them will wind up being not super detailed, but the fronts of them can wind up looking pretty damn good. Try it out a few different ways. Play with your settings. I know, I've got them right here. I'd have to switch over to the other camera to show the differences, but I've successfully printed a number of mechs, both in FDM and in resin. I've done Griffins, I've done a bunch of MWO stuff. It can be done. It can be done with some practice. Colonel Matthew Steiner, this is a fantastic looking star. of mechs. God, it hurts me to even say that, but nicely done. Omega Galaxy. Yeah, it's the Omega Galaxy. How about that? You learn something new every day. Here we have from Gus Schultz, doing this conversion of a Games Workshop Imperial Knight into a Nurgle Knight. Put myself on the clock. This is for an online contest. Should be primed by February 1st and finished by May 31st. At least you got some time to work with considering how complex you're making it. This is lovely. This is lovely. Man, this is cool. With the resin human skeleton right here on the front that's kind of plastered on. This dude has like a cod piece made of a pelvis and some femurs. Ooh. Three is, of course, one of Nurgle's numbers, so I appreciate that we have repeating instances of 3, the most obvious of which being the holes for the sinus cavities for the eyes and nose, but then we've got 1, 2, 3 of these horns growing out here. This is pretty cool. Really nice texturing here for this sort of uncomfortably fleshy connection on the inner thigh. Again, excellent texturing up here and on the horns. I love how we've got little tendrils growing across here. Some really kind of random-ass teeth sticking out like a train wreck. He looks a little bit like he's wearing a bra on his head, like he's got a boob head thing going on here, but I have to assume these are going to become nauseating pustules at a certain point. He looks like, you remember in Little Nicky? The guy had boobs on his... Ah, God. Yeah, I dig this. This is pretty damn neat. Yeah, they could be fly eyes. They could be compound fly eyes. That is a good... Actually, yeah, that would kind of match up to this upsetting combination of human and insectoid going on here already. Like, you can kind of see the human skeleton coming up into the head, but then you can also see the shape of a fly's head right here. All it's missing is like a rolled up proboscis or something like that. Every part will be covered in green stuff. Gus, this is an incredibly ambitious project, and I'm oh yeah, they are. They totally are. All I had to do was click on the next picture. They're compound eyes. Ooh, look at the texturing here. He has an arm. You can see the arm melded back into the flesh here. And then a random stubber just sticking out of all the horrid fleshy parts. Okay. Gus, you, sir, are damn good at working with green stuff. Well, of course he's got 4 arms. Look, it's right there. I'm sorry. That was a stupid joke. I apologize. Yeah, this is like some fucking Brindlefly bullshit going. Yeah, I was gonna say this is like this is if Jeff Goldblum was an Imperial Knight. Ooh, impressive, most impressive. And I like, was that? Yeah, you got like some little sculpted veins coming back and everything. I like this right here. It looks like a bundle of muscle the way that it connects to the edge. You, sir, have some talent. This is way more detailing with green stuff than I have ever been able to pull off. I want to see more of this. Gus Schultz, if you would pretty please keep posting updates to this in the Storm Report. I want to follow this build. This is damned impressive. The fact that the head looks so different depending on which angle you look at it from, that is enthralling. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today, Gus Schultz, and I hope to see more of this leading up to when you, I mean, I don't know what other people are doing for the contest, but this has got to be towards the top already. Just, whoo, man. Roland, what do you, what made you this way, Roland? Who hurt you? Just in general. What would it taste like? Would it just taste like chicken? Chicken wing ice cream. It's of blue cheese. So it tastes like, is it like buffalo wing ice cream? Would you drizzle it with syrup? I would take a bite out of this. I'm not gonna lie, I would take a bite out of this. It could be worse. It might be good. I don't know. I don't think it exists, But if it did exist, it might actually be good for like 1 or 2 bites. You know, one of those really cloying sorts of ice cream. What's up, Waffles the Wonderfish? How you doing today, man? Oh, then this is just tasty. Anything slathered in a nice chunky gravy like this is generally going to make me happy, but I'm seeing some hash browns and maybe what looks like pork chop chicken patty? Chicken fried steak? Either way, I'm fucking hungry, you guys. Here we have from Data Nerd. I have a new mech. Kursala wanted a mech for our game, so he had me put together one from a list of weapons and such. A few hours later of him playing with shapes and me playing art director, and we have this. Battletech equivalent stats for the currently unnamed mechs. 45 tons, 6'9 movement, 4 tons of armor, large laser, LRM-10, and a PPC. I like this design. Nice and straightforward. I like the shape that you have to the chest here. A nice pleasing triangle coming down. Canopy that reminds me a little bit of the Griffin while being longer and giving, I think, better visibility. I appreciate the LRM being in the lower torso as opposed to the upper. That always made more sense to me. And he has a gun hand, but he still aims it like he's holding a gun. Looks like we got some magazines jammed into the bottom here. Nicely done. We've seen some of these parts before. It's good to see them come together. Merlin variant? Yeah. I can see that. That is not a lot of armor. No, it's going to get punched down pretty fast. And then we got this nasty projector mounted right up here on the... Every time I see a weapon, like I know that I've done it to some mechs and everything, but every time I see a weapon like this up this close to the cockpit, I feel like that would blind you. Like, you'd fire that, like charging PPC. Oh, God. It was right there. It's like a foot away from where I'm sitting. No, this is it's an all-new design. It has a little bit of the Merlin about it, though. I could totally see that. Playing with shapes. Of course, meaning that I bashed together some MWO models until it looked printable. And the working name is Databot, which is, doesn't seem like descriptive of its function at all, but I see where it came from at the very least. Nicely done, Kursala. And thank you for sharing, Data Nerd. Definitely is very thinly armored. Yeah, I should say so. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony a work-in-progress shot of his free-range Talcons. God, that is... Okay, yeah. Almost done with the final 2. This scheme has worked out surprisingly well. Like, you tell me this idea, you tell me the concept, and my eyes start to roll involuntarily. But seeing them actually together, the colors work pretty well. I like the super deep purple. And the orange is, like, if you continue working with orange Chaotic Harmony, you're going to be able to do better shading and more dramatic highlighting on it. Orange can be kind of a tricky color. But what you've got so far is pretty nice. I think a little bit of texturing and some deeper shadows would help it pop even more, particularly against that purple. And then, of course, they have stems. They're little green. Like, if I was going to make this a serious scheme, the green stem making them into pumpkins would be the first thing that I remove. But I would keep almost everything else about them. This is really cool. It's my understanding, of course, that them being a pumpkin patch comes from the name of the friendly local game store. So, you know, who am I to criticize? Considering... Yeah, pull that green into the highlights. Yeah, I tend to agree with the gamers. It's just kind of on its own. It needs to be worked into a few other elements on the overall model. It looks like we got a little bit of green here on the shoulder pad. That's a good idea too. Acidic yellow green. Oh yeah, like Vallejo's light livery green would be a good choice. Got a bottle of that right here. This would be kind of perfect for that. Chaotic, it is great to see you hard at work and getting a lot of painting done, man. Nice work here. Can't wait to see some more Space Marines from you too, man. Metallic green on the model itself among the purple. Okay, I gotcha. Overall, like I said, the color scheme works surprisingly well. Ooh, here we have from Greg the Salt Miner, a project that he's been working on for a little while, and damn, it's exciting to see it starting to come together. Hex-based cave building system, using modular pieces in chunks large enough that I wouldn't hate to use them. That's my usual problem with modular building systems, is the pieces are so damn small that to build a map of any decent size, I have to print 1 billion of them, and then 1 billion connectors, and then they all break. This is pretty cool, though. And they're hexes that fit together to make more hexes. Oh, that's neat. Hexception, if you will. What's amazing to me is that on each of them, they only break up 6 in the corners. They only break up 6 of the overall hexes on the overhex. The hexes are 32 millimeters. Overall hexes are 5.5 across. Shit, you could use this for Battletech. Battletech hexes are 33 millimeters across. It's a very cool building system, and I'm just happy as hell to see enough of them done that you can actually start to put them on the table. The Uberhex, the Overhex. King of all hexes. Oh yeah. I want to see these painted, Greg. Calling it hex grid. I mean, that makes sense. It is a grid of hexes. That's very descriptive. I want to see these painted. You got enough of them now. Let's get some primer down on these bad boys. Let's dry brush it out. Let's put a few tufts on the base. I want to see it. You got enough hexes that are partially filled, too, that you could do, like, mushrooms and shit. You know? Finish sculpting about 12 more, then get them printed. That'll be even more impressive. Nicely done, We're the Gamers, and thank you for sharing that with us. Here we have from White Wolf for Setup Sunday. Do you really think I wouldn't find a way to sneak into tank? I mean, I suspected that you might. Oh, yeah, we know me. M1150 Assault Breacher Vehicle. Getting its explodey rope launchers probably tonight. That's the support structure on the desk. Ravel A10 is still kind of untouched, and the LAV for Midnight Raid is visible on the far right. Oh yeah, and some progress on the Queen of Hell too. The LAV-3 is also primed but not shown. It's slightly pinkish. Because that's what I had handy when I realized that priming gray plastic with gray primer, that's the exact shade, is going to be really difficult to figure out what's coated. Yeah, fair dues. Oh yeah, looks like we're working in some yellows. That's a good idea. That would be something, you know what? I wish I had thought of that idea to say it earlier. I probably would have thought of it later. Let's assume that I would have come up with that good idea and then said it. Wow. Wow, Thunderhead. You give such good advice. But yeah, I think working in yellows to the lower part of the model is honestly a good idea. Even some up higher could work well. Still curious to see what you wind up going with for the hair. Big old tank parts coming in. Big old A10 over here. Damn busy workspace. That's how I like to see it. That's how I like to see the workspace is just full of shit, because you got, you know, 10 projects going on all at once. Here we have from Cyber Knight, and what's one more variant? This one required something a bit unique to the Oryx/Hammerhead, a fully articulated arm. Loosely based on the Dragon's Arm, and still very much a work in progress. As a side benefit, the forearm can also be replaced with various Tyrant forearms as well. I love that modularity. Yeah, I can definitely see the inspiration from the Dragon Arm, the kind of chunky, right-angled with the grabby claw on the end of it. I like it. It fits it well. The way that it angles out to kind of avoid the hip, that's smart. I like the little... I always like when people do mech arms. It seems like it's just understood to make the arm recognizable, you know, to a humanoid arm, so you understand what you're looking at. It's just common practice to put a bicep on there, even if it's just like a little greebly kind of stuck on the front. You gotta have that bicep. Come on, the Oryx is such a nice looking mech. I am looking forward to being able to get my hands on one or two of these. And last up today, this here, the Makhira? Oh, I see. Looks very similar, yeah, to this one that Project Dark Fox did a little while ago. I remember when you did this one, because the front of it reminds me a whole lot of the Borealis. It's like if the Borealis was a mech and it stole some legs from a Mad Cat. Push for the Robot Jock's hand shape instead of just a four-fingered claw. Yeah, the kind of... Because, yeah, the one in Robot Jocks, it was 3 fingers on one side, and then there was kind of a thumb, and they had a gap between the 3 fingers and the thumb, so it wasn't just equidistant. I could totally see that. Well, that is gonna bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, to the end of the stream. Isn't that cool? Is it too much? I tried to make it quick, so it's kind of snappy. It's just like bing, bang, boom, and we're in the next scene. I don't want it to dwell too long on there. If you'll notice too, the background is very, very slightly animated now. Very, very slightly. I could lower the volume. It might be a little bit too loud. Yeah, I just set it up today. So I'll probably lower the volume for next time. Let's take a look and see who is streaming. Chef Tig 46 and 2 Shorty Paint Studios. Zombie Brush is going teal. Ooh. Teal looks like he's doing a teaching day, doing orcs in oils. What do you say we jump over there? Because that actually sounds like something I would like to watch. Yeah. Let's get that raid started. Woo! So we are going to be back Tuesday, January the 26th and Thursday the 28th. Both days will be painting. I'm going to tell you what I'm painting. It's probably... Okay, I'm just going to tell you right now. It's probably going to be Marvel Crisis Protocol because I need to finish those minis by like mid-February. So probably going to be Marvel Crisis Protocol and then One Brush to Rule Them All until the end of the month. That is my planning. Yeah, I'm in more of a painting mood than gaming mood right now, White Wolf. So we're just going to be doing painting until the next time a game pops up that we definitely want to do like some co-op with or something like that. That seems like a good plan. Hades 1238, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Stick around for this raid. Go ahead and give Teal a follow as well. Great streamer. You're going to like what you see over there. Guys, I want to go ahead and give my thanks to everybody who came out today. Big thanks to those who raided me today. Oh, we got a couple of good raids. We got a lot of new followers, a lot of new faces. We had some really big names stop in. We saw Wapelius. We saw Goobertown Hobbies. That was really fucking exciting. Guys, thank you for all the subs. And a big thank you, as always, to my mod team, Kersala, Project Dark Fox, and Riot Sister. I've got to go get something to eat. So until next time, keep on painting. Oh, and the 31st One Brush Challenge. Be here for that. See y'all later.